Hello, everyone. It is good to be back. I hope you are all doing well. Ooh, excuse me. Uh, my Sudoku course is finished, so I should be able to uh, regain the threads of sanity that I have lost. And we get to start off today with a KNT puzzle. I don't know why I'm in this mode. Tristan needs to tell me how to get out of the pen mode that he put me in. Oh, I just have to hit escape. Okay, there we go. Uh, yeah, it has been 2 weeks since I
No,
escaped. So
no,
yeah, I got
wasn't
it
escape.
closed.
Open the pen thing again
Yeah.
and drag that down to the corner
Uh-huh.
and click the cursor.
Ah, there we go. Okay. Haha. There we go. Now I can do the thing again. Alrighty, but yes, it has been 2 weeks since I have last streamed, which is crazy. Yeah, last weekend I fully intended to stream, but I had been doing this thing where I recorded solves of my students' puzzles, and last weekend that process took 6 hours because they had just learned to create puzzles that were hard enough that it took me a while, and then after solving puzzles that I did for 6 hours, I was like, okay, I cannot stream. I will not have the energy. I will die. Uh, however, on Tuesday, we will have the showcase where I will have Tristan do my favorite puzzles that the students made from the semester. So you can look forward to seeing some cool student puzzles afterwards. It should be fun. There are lots of very good ones in there. Alrighty, so we get to start with the most voted on puzzle from the bucket. So people who donate at the windmill level or above, they get to see the list of upcoming puzzles, which is funny because I have not actually looked at the list of upcoming puzzles in a while, but we'll see. And they get to vote on which one we start with, and so we get to start with this one by KNT. Uh, and so the votes for this puzzle came from Naverio, Nordy, Ken, Paulfly, Doomdiot, Luda, Nell, Russ, Math Pesto, and David. So thank you all for your support, and I hope you enjoy this puzzle. So let's read the rules together and figure out what's going on. We've got a nice 14 by 14 grid. Hey, Russ, how are you doing? You made it just in time to hear your name read, I hope. We need to draw a closed loop through the center of some cells that passes through the numbers 1 to 9 in order. Let's make the loop green. Let's make it center only, it sounds like. Each number is passed through exactly once, and all other numbers are unvisited. Interesting. The loop may not turn on numbers. It passes through, and the loop crosses itself exactly at the given intersections. Some cells are to be shaded such that all unshaded cells are connected, and all connected groups of shaded cells touch the perimeter of the grid. Okay, so cave rules. A digit not visited by the loop is unshaded and indicates the number of unshaded cells seen in all four directions from the cell containing the digit, including itself. All digits visited by the loop, as well as intersections, are shaded. Along the loop, there may never be 3 shaded cells or 3 unshaded cells sequentially. Wait. Oh, all digits visited by the loop are shaded. Oh, all digits as well as all intersections. So I can shade all the intersections. There we go. So let's shade them. I think people like it when I use this color for shading. Okay. Hey, Jay. I hope you're doing well. Okay, so is there only one 1 in the grid? I think there's only one 1 in the grid. And so if there's only one 1 in the grid, the loop must, we must do this. I don't think we can do a bet tree for this puzzle. I do think every crossing has to be extended. Every number is shaded, right? And shaded cells have to touch the things. Yeah, I have already forgotten all the rules, but that's okay. So yeah, I think all of these we have to sort of draw a crossing through. Like that. Whabam, whabam. Wabam. Wabam. Oh, that's true. The 3 in the corner can't be visited. Do I know anything other than that the 3 in the corner can't be visited? Like, are there any shading rules that I get from that? Someone can remind me. But the point is that things can't turn on numbers, which is a rule I'd already forgotten, but I remember it now. So this certainly can't be visited because it would turn on there. And so a digit not visited by the loop is unshaded. So this is unshaded. And indicates the number of unshaded cells seen in all 4 directions, including itself. So this is a cave clue. So we don't go very far. This can't also be unshaded, can it? Wait, maybe it can. I have to wrap my brain around this. I can get rid of the X because I'll eventually internalize that. Yeah, that was what so I was thinking that, D-Web, but what if it was these 3 and these 3? Or I guess it could even be these 3 and the unshaded could continue this way. So I don't think it breaks immediately, is I think the point. Now a 2, it's really hard to have a 2 cave clue, because a 2 cave clue is well, it only needs to see 2 things. But I have to have a 2 cave clue somewhere. So I think if I sort of wrap my brain around all the shading rules, I think I'll know which of these 2 could possibly be a cave clue. Because all the shadeds connect to the wall, all the greens are connected to each other. I think this is all true. And let's see, along the loop, there can't be more than 3 shaded or 3 unshaded digits in a row. That is true. Okay, so okay, and cells that don't have numbers in them can be shaded or unshaded with no restriction, I think. As far as I am aware. I really think something's going on with one of these 2s, but I can't quite figure it out. So I'm going to think about something else, and then I'll remember that the 2s are exciting. Let's see. Could this 8 be a cave clue? Because certainly this can't be unshaded and be a cave clue. Let's see. Does this cause problems with the 3s? So, right. Okay. So, yes, it definitely causes problems with this 3. So, let's imagine that this is shaded. It causes the following problem. All the greens are connected. So, either this is green or this is green. Well, if this is green, now this 2 clue says that this doesn't grow anymore. It's just over. And if this is green, the same thing happens. Now this says this doesn't grow anymore. Oh, sorry, wait. I think I was wrong. This way I think works. I think I could do that. Oh, but now it's over and it doesn't grow anymore, right? There's nowhere this could grow. Yeah, there's nowhere this could grow that wouldn't break one of these 2. And if it grew this way instead, now, again, it can't grow this way, so it'd have to grow this way, but now it can't grow anymore. So I think either way, if the 2 is green, either way it connects to the green, I think creates problems. So I think this is always shaded, which means this is always... Wait, it's shaded so it is visited. Sorry, it's shaded so it is visited by the loop. And so this one is unshaded and is not visited by the loop, and we have to think about exactly what that means. Martin says we can shade a lot more cells, right? I don't know. It's possible that Martin has internalized the rules much better than I have. So I have to go from the 1 to the 2. Okay, so now that this is shaded, now let's imagine this is unshaded. So if this is unshaded, the thing I definitely can't do is I can't make this unshaded, because if I make this unshaded, I'm not allowed unshaded grids anywhere else in the row. So this would have to be shaded. And so my unshaded would continue over here. And then I would have to shade that. But I don't quite see why this is bad. Why can't I just extend this over here, extend this up here, or something like that? I think I might be able to just get away with it. I agree it's under a lot of pressure, though. Oh, wait, are all shaded cells visited by the loop? Is that true? I don't see all shaded cells are visited by the loop in the rules, but it could be in here. All shaded numbers are visited by the loop. Now, it is true for lots of reasons. The 3 can't be the 3 can't see these 3. It would kill both the 2 and the green. And it would kill the 2 because it has to go straight through this 2. So we have to decide, does it go straight through that way or straight through that way? I don't think we know which yet. I am alive, Sarah. I survived the course. Okay, I want to look at this this thing again, because I think Jay might have a point about if this is green. Oh, right, it doesn't kill the 2. You're right, it doesn't kill the 2. But if this is green, I can't also make this green. So I would have to make this gray, which would make these green. And now the point is, no, it could still go. It can't go that, because you can't visit numbers if they're green. So it would have to go. So the loop would have to go like this. This all seems fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with any of this. Yeah, I still don't believe the claim that we can quite yet see that this can't be green. So we have that. Yeah, the gray will have dead ends because it's a cave puzzle. So the gray has to have dead ends. Okay. What's wrong with the next cell being gray? I still don't see what the next cell being gray is. I mentally was filling that in, but I just don't see anything wrong with the cell being gray. Because the green would escape up this way. let's see. Row 13, column 14. Let's see. 57 Thorn says this can't be green. Okay, maybe we can just ignore the 3 point and focus on this. If this is green, what is it that goes wrong? So I definitely, if this is green, this is definitely all. I think this gets us, unfortunately, in the same position that I think still doesn't get resolved, because that just has to be gray. That has to be gray. That has to be green. But I don't think there's anything wrong with this that I can see. Oh, this 3 sees 4. Ah, okay. Right, this 3 now sees 4. Was that all forced? Was I right about that being forced? Because this is way more of a look ahead than I can do in my head. And even drawing it in, it's still difficult. But I think the point is, if this is green, I can't make this green. This is absolutely not green in this instance. The second this is green, this has to be black, because otherwise I only have 3 green cells in the entire grid. So that becomes gray, which then forces this to be green. This 3 makes that black, which then makes this green. And 17 steps later, it's broken. Yeah. I hate it. I completely hate it, but it's true. This cell has to be gray. So these are green and this is gray, which means this is green and this is green, like that. This is unvisited, remember, because it's green. Let's see. People say it's really not that far, but I'd like to point out that like a dozen people in chat got this deduction wrong multiple times. So the people who thought they could visualize it in their head, some of them were right, but many of them were not. Let's see. There is a 3 in a row rule. I knew I couldn't connect the 3s without doing something weird. So now I need to see how the 3 in a row rule is relevant. 3 consecutive rule. Row 12, column 11. I don't understand. It's along the loop that the cells can't be shaded or unshaded sequentially. And we don't have any idea what the loop does yet, I don't think. Do I know how this goes vertically or horizontally? Is that the point? Or whether this goes vertically or horizontally? I don't see it yet. When you say it must be green, which thing is it, Nordy? Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, the loop definitely does this. Right. Okay, so yeah, so I agree. Okay, so now I see it. These 2 loop segments are gray. Sorry, it's not even... I had read this as there's a maximum of 3, but it's not a maximum of 3. It's a maximum of 2 shaded cells along the loop. So those 2 shaded make this unshaded. In my brain, I had not at all complaining. The rule says exactly the right thing, but in my brain, I had internalized the rule as at most 3 rather than at most 2. Okay, so yeah, if it goes horizontally through the 2. Yes, okay, yes, that's a good point. I like that. I like Jay's point a lot. If it goes horizontally, it goes through the 2 and then is forced to go through the 3, because remember the loop is not allowed to visit this 3. This 3 is I'm actually going to X that just to remind myself of it. So the loop would have to go here, but then by virtue of visiting this 3 would be gray, and that would be 3 grays in a row. So it doesn't go horizontally, the loop goes vertically. And this cell's unvisited, so it has to go left. And now it can't go up because that would be 3 greens in a row, so it has to go left. The loop's not allowed to branch at this point, so it has to go up here. It certainly can't turn left because that would be 3 greens in a row. If it goes up here and connects to the 1, that worries me a lot. Oh, I guess maybe it doesn't necessarily break immediately. Now this 3 has to be green, huh? Because if this 3 is gray, I would have to go through vertically, which doesn't work, or horizontally, which even less works. So this is an unvisited green. Let's see. It is a cave clue. That's right. MicroStudy points out it's a cave clue. So if this was green, it would immediately be a 4. So that doesn't work. So this is gray. Thank you, MicroStudy. No checkerboard, so that's gray. Greens are connected, so those are green. This is a 3, so that's a gray. Greens are connected, so that's a green. Okay, and so now this has to turn left, because if it goes up, that's 3 grays in a row. So it has to turn left there. Yes, we have slowly internalized. I really like this rule set, by the way. This has a vaguely sort of like 3 of diamonds sort of feel to it. Okay, so now the 1, it certainly can't go vertically through the 1 anymore. So it now has to go horizontally through the 1, which now makes this green. Avoid a checkerboard makes that green. There is a no checker. Is there a no checkerboard rule? Someone tell me if there's a no checkerboard rule. The fact that there's cave in the title suggests that there's a no checkerboard rule, but I don't actually think there is in the rules. But maybe, or sorry, not a no checkerboard, a no 2x2 rule. I meant no 2x2, but I don't think there's a no 2x2 rule in the rules. The 2 cave clue does do it, but I don't think there's a no 2x2 rule. As much as I instinctively want to use a no 2x2 rule. Now there is a no checkerboard rule, so that's definitely gray. You can have as many 2x2s as you want. This green is lopped off, so that's green. No 2x2s. The 2x2 rule is for corral or coral, not for caves. This is gray by checkerboard, or Battenberg, as Russ has conditioned me to say, because it's more fun to say. Okay. I first heard Simon call it corral, and it confused me for a really long time. And I'm not sure if British people pronounce the word I pronounce coral as corral. That's very possible. Or if Simon specifically pronounces the word that I pronounce coral as corral. Or if something more complicated is going on. That is also possible. Okay. This loop needs to get to a green cell. Marty says no, we say it like you. Okay. The 1 and 2 have to connect adjacently, which makes me think I have to do this, but I don't 100%. Oh, I need to remember this is completely unvisited, no matter what. Okay. This can't go down is the point, and a few people in chat are pointing that if this goes down, that's 3 grays in a row at least. So it doesn't do that. So it does that. And so now, funnily enough, the 1 and the 2 haven't connected yet, and they need to connect consecutively because that's the one piece of the rules I do remember somehow. Oh, this is green just because otherwise it would be 3 in a row going vertically. This is green, otherwise it would be 3 in a row going vertically. This is green because otherwise we'd have a checkerboard. This turns because we cut off its other way of going. This turns because we cut off its only way of going by putting a second green there. And in fact, it turns and makes this green. Let's see. But I'm doing a brief scan of how many of each digit I have in the grid. And I seem to have a giant ton of 4s. A lot of 3s, actually. Only 2 5s, 2 6s, 2 7s, 2 8s, and 3 9s. Seems like. Let's see. All this time away, and I still remembered to mute the mic when I sneezed and did it right, like a professional. Let's see. So what else do we have going on here now? How are we ever going to know if this does this or that? It seems like this is there, like uniqueness tells me that something weird has to happen here, but I don't know what it is. If this 4 is green, does the world shatter? I don't think it quite does. Oh, I don't actually know where this loop got here from, because this loop got here not from there. Josh found a thing. Row 13, column 9 goes right. It forces 2 to go next to 4. Right, because that would close the loop. Oh, wow. Okay, so let me show you this point. That's very cool. So if Josh's point is if this connection happens, now I definitely can't make that connection because now I have a closed loop. And I'm not allowed to close the loop because I have to go through all the other parts. But that would mean one of these would be a 4. And now Josh's point, which is glorious, is whichever of these 2 4s it goes through, it's put a 2 next to a 4. I'm not allowed to do that. So Josh has earned us a thingy there, which has forced this to go down and down like that. Which has now made this be green, which has made this be green for whichever reason you would like. And now these can't connect because that would be 3 greens in a row. So this has to go over here, which makes this gray. This now has to turn, oops, like that. And it now can't turn up because that would make for 3 greens in a row for it. Very nice, very nice. Hey, Leah, I hope you're doing well. Let's see. Aren't the two loop ends that can't connect to those two, though? These two, I think, can. Oh, no, these can't connect because these can't connect for the same reason. It's a little trickier for me to see, but yeah, if these two connect, again, I can't connect these two without closing the whole loop, and then one of these goes into a 4 and puts a 4 next to a 2, so these still can't connect. So that keeps going that way, which means this keeps going this way, which makes these both gray. By the way, this was gray because of the no three greens in a row rule, and then those two grays formed a checkerboard threat there, which made that gray. And now these can't connect because otherwise I'd have 3 grays in a row. Which means that this comes over here. And now I'm definitely visiting a 3. And so instantly every other 3 in the grid turns green. I have to remind myself what color they turn. They turn green and all become unvisitable because I know the loop is visiting one of these. And so these are all unvisited. And so now I'm going to have this kind of direction. So this 2 is connecting to the 3 in this direction, because this is the end that's definitely connecting to a 3. So this end definitely isn't connecting to a 3. Because this end has to connect to a 3. If this end also connects to a 3, my loop is closed, and my loop definitely can't close. So this, in other words, definitely doesn't go that way. So it has to go that way. Is my argument. J40 doesn't believe that. Am I sure? We can go through the 4. Oh, these could connect to each other, right? These could connect to each. Okay, never mind. I agree. We could do that. Sorry, you're correct. And take a real quick break. I'll be back in just a moment. I see. While I was gone, Russ has reread the rules and reminded us that you can't turn on a number. So this just can't go there, because if it did, it would have to go straight through there, and now this is just killed because it can't visit a second 3, and it can't go up through it without creating an additional intersection, which I'm also not allowed to do. So, see, I told you that didn't go there. So this goes up. And this either does that or does that. Also, I am still cognizant of the fact that my 1 has to connect to my 2, and currently neither end of my 1 is anywhere close to my 2. People are saying this isn't loop, because the loop would have to do this, and it would cross here. So I agree that's not loop. Oh, sorry. This is not loop, but it not being loop, I guess, just tells me that's not loop and that's not loop. It doesn't tell me anything about shading, but it at least tells me none of these are loop. DWeb says this can't go up. Probably because of something involving the 4s, I'm going to guess. But oh, is it going to put the 4 next to a 2? This is the one that's connected to the 2. And this one I can't connect to a 4 next. So does that mean these can't connect across? I think if these connect across, that doesn't work. So that's the thing I can't do. Just following the 2 train, if I now connect there, my loop is now going to be forced to go from a 2 to a 4. So that's the connection I cannot make. And if I cannot make that connection, then this goes up here. I apologize if Nordy has been trying to tell me that for an hour, and I have only now just understood it. But there we go. So that's what does it. I really like this rule set. This is like the perfect hybrid for my personal taste. And so now, if I look at what actually does happen, now this does connect directly from the 2. I wish there was some sort of interface that would like highlight parts of the loop for me in an intelligible way so that I could metabolize it, process it in my head. But now if this does go up, it does connect the 2 to the 4, and that doesn't work. So now this has to go that way. Right, and this is the end. So this is the direction that goes towards the 3. So this is the direction that's going towards the 1, is being pointed out. I can catch up the ends leading to 2. Yeah, so both of these lead to 2, so these certainly can't join. Okay, and now this definitely can't go down to the 3 by my argument from before. Because if this goes down to the 3, this is also connecting to the 3, and that would close the loop. So this never goes down under any circumstances. And this now can't come up through the 3, because if it went up through the 3, it would go straight, remember. You're not allowed to do that either, which means this now goes straight through this 3. This is the 3 that's shaded. This 3 is now unvisitable. I mean, it's super unvisitable because it has an X on every side except for 1. But it now can just have an X on the cell itself. Just for that. Okay. So we've got that. And this is connecting one of these ways. And I'm going to, just for my sanity, I'm going to put a blue there and a red here, just to remind myself that this is the going up side and this is the going down side. Okay. Now this is unvisitable-ish. It is Portal-esque, actually. Yeah, so this is unvisitable-ish, because remember, if it's visited, it has to go straight through, and it can't go straight through that way, and can't go straight through that way. So this has now become green, Destroyer of Worlds. Okay, so this is an unvisited green. which I would think would do something, but does not. By the way, someone in chat asked if you could have 3 in a row as long as the 3 in a row aren't on the loop. Oh, wow. Great spot for microstudy. This cell can't be shaded because if it was, then by no checkerboard, this would be shaded and that would be 3 in a row. So the blue portal is unshaded. Hey, Naverio, thank you. 20 months. Yeah, and it is great to do a KNT puzzle again. It wasn't that long ago that I did the last KNT puzzle, aside from the fact that it's been a while since I streamed. But the last one I did was the Philomeno U-Bon. And let's get you a windmill dance. Ba-boop-ba-doop, woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop, wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop, wee! Thank you, Zach. I did see you were streaming the other day for the first time in a bit, Naverio. Hopefully you enjoyed that. I hear you have been substituting Civilization for streaming. Is that what I think I have heard? Let's see. Yeah, Navario's been around for a while. Navario has been around since basically the very beginning. Oh, what 90-hour game did you get addicted to? I got addicted to Factorio, which is I've put 1,000 hours in. So let's see. This constellation here is very interesting. But I don't quite see what to do with it. Oh, this 3 is a cave clue. I forgot one of the rules. This 3 is a cave clue. So those are both gray. Factorio is great. I think there are a few things better you can do with your life than play more Factorio, especially if you play all of the no checkerboard, right? The 4 doesn't see 4. The 4 doesn't see 4, so actually that forces that to be green and that to be gray. Particularly Factorio mods. If you've not played any Factorio mods and you find yourself having hundreds of hours too much time per week, I really recommend some of the Factorio mods because there's some great stuff out there. I am like nearing the end of space exploration, although I might or might not finish it because I got distracted from it during this. I might go back and do Pyanodon again or something else for those of you who play modded Factorio. Which is probably like none of you, but anyway. Let's see. This 4 can't be green because the second this 4 is green, it would see 5 greens. So this 4 is actually visited. And that's gray by checkerboard. And since the 4 is visited, it has to be visited like this. And so now all the other 4s are green. And unvisited. This is green by checkerboard. And now this can't go up because that would be 3 greens in a row. Oh, enjoy your rehearsal, Nell. Hopefully it's fun. I have considered Talos Principle 2. I think I would have absolutely hated Talos Principle 1, but I've heard that they fixed a lot of the things I would have hated in 2, and so it's possible that this summer I will do another like 24-hour stream or something because I enjoyed doing that last year. And I might do Talos Principle 2 then. This can't go that way, can't go that way. Did Selena first start visiting the stream during the 24-hour stream? Selena's point is this can't go this way because that would be 3 grays in a row. I remember Selena trying to help me keep my sanity through that game with the parabox. This can't go here now because this is a cloister, and this would crash into there. So now its only option is to go this way, which then makes this cell gray. Interestingly enough. Oh, you were here in April. Okay. This 4 is either seeing its 4th here or its 4th here, and I have a feeling I should know which. I don't, but I have a feeling I should. It just kind of has that vibe to it. Let's see. Row 11. Row 11 does have a connect 3 moment as well. Yes. Those 2 grays are in danger. So we'll green that. Oh, there's a checkerboard somewhere in the grid. Oh no, where's the checkerboard? Where is it? I am missing a checkerboard somewhere. Oh, is it a checkerboard that would be forced by Micro's trick from earlier? There's probably a checkerboard that would be forced by Micro's trick from earlier. This is just a connectedness issue, even. This green has to get out. And now this 4 tells me this can't be green, so it's gray. So this is green and that's gray. I did that a different way than the way that Carl said it, but it got us there. So this is still green for the same reason. This green has to get out because it has to connect. These loops can't do their thing because that would be 3 grays in a row. And so now this end has no choice but to continue this way. I can't make a little loop. Making a little loop would be very bad. So now I have to do that. I can't make a little loop, and I can't put 3 greens in a row. So this definitely goes here, which then forces that to go there. I still can't make a little loop, so I have to connect over there. So this comes up like that. So now my 1 is, again, sort of like running away. But my 1 definitely does not connect to the 9. I can say that with some certainty. The 1... So this turns here, and that makes this 9 unvisited because it would have to go straight through. Oh, wait, 1 does connect to 9. You're right. Sorry, 1 does connect to 9. 9 and 1 do connect. Funnily enough. I was like, 1 and 9, that's as far apart as you can get. But it turns out, in fact, actually it is not. But this step was still good because this step was just avoid the little loop. It was, and that step's still good, but then this step was bad. You're right. So the 1 does go to the 9, possibly. I mean, it could or it could not. Let's see. I would still like to get the 1 to the 2. This has to connect to one of these without seeing any numbers at all, which feels difficult. This is very green by the 2 in a row. I really love the interaction of the 2 in a row rule and the cave rule. That is my favorite part of this puzzle. That is a very fun thing. So I have to avoid a checkerboard, so that becomes green. Microstudy had a cave moment, apparently. Oh, Microstudy wanted to know if this 9 could really be a cave. The problem is the 3, right. So if this 9 tries to be a cave clue, it's going to see at most 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... And that's the most I could see, right? If this 9 is a cave clue, that's the absolute max. And I think I probably couldn't even get there, but that's not 9. The problem is if the 9 connects up to the 3, the 9 is way busted. The 3 is way busted. So this actually has to be the stop for the 9, which means it does go up like that. This is green because otherwise I'd have a 3 in a row. This now must turn. And this now must go up because I'd have 3 greens in a row if I didn't. And And now all my 9s are actually cave clues. These are unvisitable cave clues. Because this is green because of the checkerboard. Now this is a cloister, so it's forced to go up. Cloister is the technical term, right? I think cloister is the technical term, if I am remembering correctly. This now is gray because otherwise things. That's gray because otherwise things. These can't connect because that would be 3 grays in a row. I was really tempted to say these can't connect because otherwise things, but I figured it was probably not a good idea. Oops. I mean, technically, that X that I randomly threw in the grid was not incorrect, but was also not my intention to put it into the grid. This is green because I can't do 3 in a row. If this is green, these are both gray. Seems okay to me. Right, there's a checkerboard threat, is being pointed out by Jaleb, so that is green. Which, funnily enough, means this loop is going to end up here regardless. Oh, right, and it can't go that way. Right. So this loop, if it goes down, it runs into all sorts of issues with its life. So it has to go there. Oh, I guess this cell could be gray. Never mind. Sorry. It finishes the 9 clue. Oh, someone is counting. That is epic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Thank you for counting. I literally never would have seen that. Okay, so we've got that going on. Let's see. At some point, I'm going to have 2 loop ends that can't meet because it's 2 greens from one end and 2 grays from the other end, and it would have to be neither. Counting is not as useful on the other 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It is true. I have to green 1 cell here because of this. Agree with chat. If I absolutely maximize, if I made this gray, this 9 would be a maximum of 8. And that is not allowed. Oh, this gray has to get out, because remember, gray has to connect to the walls. That's like one of the rules of the puzzle. And now that's 2 grays in a row, so this is green. Assuredly, now this green has to get out, right? Yeah, we're... Oh, no, sorry. This green has 2 outs. It could get out this way, or it could get out that way. Right. Okay, so this circle... Yeah, so... this circle is going up. This circle is going down. Selena would like us to mark, and I think that is a good idea. The loop cannot enter. Row 7, column 10. I don't quite see it. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's slick. Okay, so Carl points out if it does, then it bounces into 3 grays in a row. Yep. Agree. Oh, sorry, not blue. Green. And so because of that, we go there. And so now this is gray. And so now we can't go up because that would be 3 grays in a row. Hello.
Just forgot the power cord.
Oh, no. Oh, is my laptop not plugged in or anything? Love you. There's a checkerboard going there. That would have some issues. Okay, so these can't connect because if these connect, then that would be 3 grays in a row. So they don't, which means that goes down. So this can't extend that way for lots of reasons. So that turns up. This can't go down because of Carl's point from earlier. If this went down, it would pachinko through 3 grays. So that doesn't happen. Sorry, so that doesn't happen. Which means it does turn this way, which means this is green, actually. Oh, actually, this is green just by looking backwards. These can't both connect. That would be a problem. Checkerboard. Yes, checkerboard. Good point. Checkerboard. Checkerboard. Let's see. Yes, that was Christian, not Tristan, for those keeping track of the zetamath extended universe. 06 column 13 does not go left. It connects to a 4. Right. Okay. Yep. So this path, this is Jay's point, connects directly to a 4, and this path connects directly to a 1, and I can't directly connect a 1 and a 4. So those don't connect, so this goes up. Okay, so this blue is coming from a 1, so it also can't connect directly to the 4. So this also has to go up. Oh, sorry. It's coming from a 9. I think I said, this is coming from a 1, but it's coming from a 9. It's still not connecting to a 4. I said the wrong words, but I had the right conclusion. Oh, this is X'd, so I know the loop does this, because this is X'd from before. This is still going to the 4. This is still going to the 9, so these still don't connect, which now forces this to go here. Did we just break the puzzle? I have a feeling we just broke the puzzle. No, not quite. We did not actually break the puzzle. This can't connect to there, so now it actually bounces through here, and they still can't connect. But the thing that's actually happened is I've connected the 4 to the 5, which has made this gray. And now this, again, has to go up. Still can't connect, because I still can't connect a 9 to a 5 either. By the way, while I'm at it, let me green and X the 5. There was one more 5. And so this has to bounce up around here. So the Xing that people did earlier was very relevant. These still can't connect because of that. These still can't connect because of that. Let's see. Okay, so now this has to be gray, because if it was green, it would be 3 greens in a row. And now this has to be gray because checkerboard. Let's see. This has to be green because otherwise it would be 2 in a row. And this also has to be green because otherwise it would be 2 in a row. Yeah, the circles need someone to help them along. So this circle is now all the way over here. This circle is now all the way over here. Let's see. Okay, so the 4-5, right? Okay, so yeah, the 4-5 can get its circles as well. So this is the going down side, and this is the going up side of this. Now, I will say my brain kind of wants to say that these connect because they're both red, which is definitely not what's happening. This is just telling me that this is the going up direction, and this is the going down direction. This may not be the correct correct notation for this puzzle, but we will. It's magnet colored, right? Blue wants to connect to red. In fact, actually, do I have any of these that definitely directly connect? I could pair off the ones that definitely directly connect. So the 2 definitely connects to the 1 in this direction, right? I could say this definitely connects directly to to this, I could pair them off. I don't know if that would be better or worse. Row 4, column 14 can't be green. You'd break green connectivity. Right, because if this was green, you'd have to gray both of those. And then you'd have to green this, but that would create a loop problem or a connectivity problem, right? Okay, so yeah, so if this is green, then here's a different way to say Garian's point. If this is green, then that's gray because of the 3 in a row rule, and these are both gray because of the 3 cave clue, and now green is not connected. So that is gray. Hey, Kajito, how have you been? Yes, the green domino still has to do cave things because the green has to connect to its friends. So that's gray. In order to do that. Okay, so this 3 is now done. So those are both gray. This needs to be gray in order to facilitate the continuation of something, something, something. In order to avoid a checkerboard, that's the words I'm looking for, while I'm making up other words. Yeah, the Santa events can definitely lead to a lot of setting stuff, and then a break is good. I'm excited I get to set something soon. I have not gotten to this past month or so. Oh yeah, the green's still not done escaping. Good point. Yeah, the green still has to go there, which then finishes the 3 clue. That's got to be gray. This green still needs to escape, though, so that's got to be green, green. But now this can't go to a 3rd green, so it bounces down here like this, facilitating the movement of the blue portal. Let's see. 9 does not connect to 6. Interesting if true. Correct. This would connect the 9 to a 6 if I pay close attention. So this 6 is unvisited. Which means this loop goes here. For the record. Absolute value of 9 minus 6 is greater than 1. Sadly, your rule doesn't quite work for the fact that 9 and 1 connect, but close. Oakley dokily. Yeah, I was trying to figure out how many other 6s there are. There's only one more 6, right? And so this 6 is visited, and I know what the visit looks like. And spoiler, 6 doesn't connect to 8 either. So this is unvisited. This loop has to do that. 6 doesn't connect to 3 either. So that happens. Okay, I can't create a little loop, so that connection happens. These still can't connect, because that would still be connecting a 6 to a 3, so this goes up. I don't think this 3 is forced yet. Oh, there are also only 2 8s. Oh, good, good. So that 8 being unvisited now makes this 8 visited. So it either goes straight up or horizontally. Yep, sure does. That 8 cannot connect to a 4. If this was gray, MicroStudy's point is it would force this to be gray by cave, but that would be 3 grays in a row. So this is definitely green. Good use of connectivity. can march that along one more cell. The cave 8 can't go into the cave 4. There we go. So the furthest I can go vertically to this is that, which would be 5 green vertically. So we need to go at least 6, 7, 8. These need to all be green. Just to make the 8 possibly work. If that's green, do we create a problem for ourselves? Maybe not. This now has to be gray, because oh, did I count 9, not 8? Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that really not 8? Oh, okay, sorry. So people aren't arguing with that. So that's gray, just to avoid 3 greens in a row. Oh, if this is green, I'd go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, wow. Yep, that's true. If this was green, it would make that too. I didn't even bother counting it. It didn't look like it could possibly be high enough. But turns out can be high enough. So now I actually get 4, 5, 6. So these both become green to make that work. So now actually that goes that way, and now we actually have to green all of this stuff in order to make that work. Oh, this, by the way, this has been forced for ages, and I've just not done it. Let's see. Okay, I think this now can't go right. Because if this loop goes right, it can't go up because that would be 3 in a row, so it would have to connect over like that. And I think that kills this circle. So I think this does not go right. And so it comes up like that instead. Which now means I can't make a little loop, so this has to do that. Still can't make a little loop, so that has to do that. People keep talking about this red circle, but I don't see the point about this red circle yet. Like, it either goes that way or that way or that way, but I still see lots of options. Row 13. Can't go right. Oh, right. Ah, yes. Okay, so first of all, let's do the easier part first. That's 2 grays, so that's green. Checkerboard says that's green. But now the point is, if the loop went here, it would go gray, gray, gray. And I can't do that. Got it. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so now I see that I go there. And so the red circle advances ever forward. And by ever forward, I mean it goes 1 forward. Somehow this gives me like twin loop vibes. I feel like a plus sign with 2 loops meeting like this was like a twin loop thing that I should remember, but I do not remember at all. I guess this isn't quite twin loop, but it feels familiar. Okay. Let us see. Row 10, column 6. Ah, yes. Connectivity does say this cell is green, because this green blob over here needs to connect to the rest of the green blobs. Good point. Twin loop stations cave hybrid. That sounds fun. I like the idea of that. Uh, uh, the rest of row 14 is green. Sorry, is gray because neither can do double green up. Right. So if either of these is green, I have to get the green out to connect to its friends. But either way I do that, I'd have to connect up that way or up that way, and neither way works. So these are both gray. That is a very cute spot to Selena, which now makes that green to avoid that, which now makes that gray to avoid the 3 in a row. I liked that spot a lot. Funnily enough, the color of this cell dictates which way that goes. Also, this 4 I have not noted yet, but this 4 is a cave clue, so those are definitely green. The color is known, Zeta. Apparently the color is known. Oh, yes, it is known. Yes, of course it's known because it's taken 2 grays to get here. So that's green, which then actually forces this to go over here. Oops, sorry, wrong color. Forces this to go over here, advancing the red circle end over there. Okay, so these kind of want to connect, except they can't yet, because... oh, maybe they can, because this could connect down there. Oh, in fact, this has to connect like that, because it doesn't have anywhere else to go. So we can do that. Oh, and in fact, actually, this still doesn't have anywhere else to go, so we still get to do that. Let's see. Okay, so this is... Sven should install an auto red-blue circle marching feature into the thing. I think this is a common enough genre now that we should have a built-in feature for it. Okay, so this is connecting to a 6. This is coming from a 2? This is coming from a 2, right? This definitely can't connect that way, right? That would connect a 2 to a 6. Yeah, so that connection does not happen. And this would connect a 2 to a 3. That sounds okay to me, if I understand what's happening in the world. Wait, no. That 2's already connected to the 3. Sorry, no, this is... I cannot connect these. That would be... this red is indicating this wants a number higher than 3, and 2 is not higher than 3. So that connection doesn't happen either. So that goes up, which makes that gray. Yeah, that closes the loop is a different way to say it. I'm going to go ahead and just mark where these came from. This came from a 1. If I go in this direction, I get to a 9. Oh, I can move this loop down, actually. I get to a 9. If I go back here, I get to a 4. One could argue I could see that one. This one goes to a 3. Maybe I should just number all the things in the corner. I don't know. This, if I go that way, I go back to a 2. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so these two have to connect, but they can't connect directly. Yeah, X and O for high and low sounds good. I kind of like that. So maybe I will get rid of my circles and try try to say, I know these connect low, high. Let's see. This one has to connect to the 9. So these connect. Oh, nope, they don't. Sorry, they don't connect. That was wrong. I guess if I'm saying they connect, I don't even need to say, I don't even need to indicate low and high. Right. The one connecting that 1 to that 9 would not work. Right. This 1 connects to the 2. So this one, sorry, it connects over to this 2, right? Yeah, this 1 connects to this 2. So we can blue both of those. Yeah, those eventually connect. Yeah, this is the visited 8, so it needs to connect to this loop somehow. Row 10 has a loop corner. Row 10 does have a loop corner, that is true. Which makes that do that. Which then makes that do that. Very good. That was a good thing to spot. I know at least one of these is green. Okay, so I think this is one of these funny things. At least one of these is green, but this being green implies this is green, so this cell's always green. Is one of those funny cave moments, because this cell being green implies that's green by that. And I know they're not both gray because that would create 3 grays in a row. Right. These 2 don't connect because that would be connecting the 2 to a 6. I can just put some 6s there just to say, hey, if you go this way long enough, you get to a 6. The 4 cave clue is happy, points out microstudy, so those both do cave things, which then makes this cell green because of the 2 in a row rule. Let's see. Where is this going? This is going back to a 2, right? So these 2 don't connect because that's connecting a 3 and a 2, and those don't connect. That's the 3 and the 2 are already connected. So this has to go that way. It can't connect across as much as it would like to, because that would be 3 greens in a row. Now this is a corner, so it has to go there. This is gray because gray. There we go. Right. These are not allowed to connect because these 2 have to connect. So so we have that. And so now actually they're forced to connect because of this, and that bounces up. And this is a 2. 2 still doesn't connect to 6. So that goes up, that goes up. These don't connect to each other. At the very least. Oh, these are forced to connect just by corner. So these don't connect because that would make a mini figure 8 loop. Goes up. This can't go down because if this goes down, that would create 3 greens in a row. So it goes up instead. And now this can't go left because of all kinds of problems. So it does that instead. Now this can't connect because that would create 3 grays in a row, so this goes up. I seem not to have visited a 7 yet. Microstudy would like us to think about the fact that there are cave clues in this cave puzzle. So this 5 needs to go green up. Uh, I feel like the cave clue is the thing I forget about the most often because it is like the it's incredibly useful when it comes up, but it's useful for such a brief period and then it goes dormant for so long that it is hard to recall. The 6 still can't connect to a 2, people insist. If the 6 still can't connect to a 2, then this comes up. Let's see. This cave clue is actually also useful because it sees at most 4 unless this cell is green, which is helpful. Yes, walls have to connect to edges is definitely a deduction that I think I remembered to use once at the beginning of this puzzle and have never used since. Right. Okay. So microstudies question is which gray do these two grays connect to? And the answer is the grays can't connect to that gray. Because if these grays connect to that gray, no, it could still escape around here, right? The green could still escape around here, I think. I think it's okay. I think it just barely works, unless I need to think harder about it, which is always possible. Well, if the grays can get here, they can get to the wall. But I'm saying this gray domino can connect to there and then to the wall, and the greens can connect behind it, and the greens are all connected, so I don't think it breaks anything. That would make 3 grays in a row. That's the problem. That's the problem. Okay, so this gray domino, if it wants to connect to here, it has to do it like that. Because if it wants to connect through this cell, the second this cell is gray, this cell is green. So then that would have to be gray. And now I've created a problem, I think. So that would have to be gray. And that is a problem because something. Maybe it's not even a problem. But the point is, if this is green, it doesn't work. Okay, so I've proven this is always gray, is the point. Because if this is green, the way to think about it that looks less weird is if this is green, this gray has to connect up like this, and that instantly creates 3 in a row. Okay. Sorry, gray. And then I put the wrong color in. And so that's gray by checkerboard, which means these are both green by 3 in a row rules. Oh, and this is now gray by connectivity. So that sort of, although it didn't sound good at the time, now sort of immediately fills in this whole part of the grid. And now all of this green down here can only connect through this cell. Because I've got this giant green elet down here, which makes that gray because of the 2 in a row. This can't be gray because of an earlier microstudy point, or maybe it was an earlier Carl point. But if this is gray, then by checkerboard it makes that gray, and that makes 3 grays in a row. So this is always green. Which now makes this green by checkerboard, finishing the 5 clue, which makes that gray. Makes that gray by checkerboard. Now that's green because of the 2 in a row rule. Jaleb says gray has to escape now. I'm guessing Jaleb's talking about this gray, but I'm not sure. You're right. These are colorable because that is a green, making that gray. Ooh. No, maybe that's okay. This whole constellation of a bunch of grays is ruling out a lot of ways of connecting that I don't see. This cave clue is forced. Thank you, Lakia. Lakia has spotted the thing. This 4 cave clue forces that. Thank you for reminding me once again that there are cave clues. And now checkerboarding makes that green. Let's see. Do I know what's happening here? If these connect, I know this is green, but I don't think that tells me anything. Okay. So this 3 cave clue, 57 thorns, and microstudy are pointing out means this can't be green because if it was, that would already be 4 greens. That's too many. So that's gray, which makes this green because of the 2 in a row. It makes that green because of checkerboarding related issues. If you have issues with your checkerboarding, I really want to connect this 7 straight through, but I don't know that I can. Actually, if I don't go through this 7, is this just going to be forced to pick up 2 greens in a row? No, it could go that way, right? If this connects back that way, I think that's okay. Yeah, this end, as Selena puts it, is in real danger of getting 3 threes in a row, 3 greens in a row. Because if it goes this way, it's just dead. There's no way to avoid an additional 3, and it can't go into the 4. So this green has to go this way, and then it has to go through the 7. Okay, got it. That's a good way to put it. So that's gray for multiple reasons. That's green, which means that's green by connectivity. Uh-oh. People are saying I am wrong. Oh, right. It could do that. It could do that. Oh, yeah. That's right. Yep, it could do that. Dagnammit. If someone wants to count loop parody crap and tell me whether there's a connection through here or not, I'll be happy to just believe you. Let's see. This can't go up, says Josh. If this goes up. Oh, right. If this goes up, the second it goes up, it makes it gray, which puts 3 grays in a row, right? So that definitely happens. So this goes here. Agree with that. That would make the 7 gray, yes. Checkerboarding makes this green. Do I know the 7 isn't a cave clue yet? I don't feel like we do. Yeah, so if this goes here, it definitely goes straight through the 7. If this goes up, it just keeps going up. Ah, this is a cave clue. That's very exciting, Carl points out, and Jay, because now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and that makes that gray. Makes that green to avoid a checkerboard. Very good catch on that. I still keep wanting to avoid 2x2s, but I'm still not allowed to do that. So row 2, column 10 can't go down. Why? Because then it would just connect through the 7, right? Oh, 9's not allowed to connect to 7. That's the point, right? Okay, right. This 9 would connect to this 7. If this 9 came down, it would have to connect through the 7. I definitely can't do that. Good spot. So it can't go down, and so it can only go this way. It still can't connect to the 7, so it's got to go straight through the 8. Over here. Got it. The 7 is a thing now. It goes over around there. I'm a little afraid there's going to be a loop thing. So far, this puzzle has been nice, and there haven't been any loop things, but I'm a little afraid there's going to be a loop thing. Let's see. See, I've still got this end trying to connect over to this end, which is still ridiculous. Column 8 can't go up. That's true. Oh, I can't bend around that way. So if this goes this way, it has to go this way like that. Row 6, column 6 can't turn left if you're looking for loop things. Yes. Okay, if this turns left, it isolates this. Because so this I have to actually show. I can see it, but I can't explain it, I don't think. Microstudies points is if this turns left, it can't connect here because that would be 3 grays in a row. So now this loop needs to go here, but now it's dead. So we've got that through the magic of gray 3 in a row stuff. Okay, so microstudy is saying if this were visited, it would be gray, which would force that to be gray. And would make 3 grays in a row. Yep. So microstudies point is as soon as this is visited, I've got my gray here. It has to go straight through. But this is gray because otherwise this would be a checkerboard. So that does not work. So this is the unvisited 7. This is the visited 7. As the unvisited 7, it gets an X. As the visited 7, we know this goes straight through, which does indeed make this green, which actually makes that green. Like that. I do love the connect 3 thing. The connect 3 thing is it has been very cool in this puzzle. Okay, so now this only can go one way because it has hit a corner. It's like doing an acre puzzle without having to do an acre puzzle. Acre is definitely the genre that most leads to my brain exploding. Hey, Paul Fly, I hope you're doing well. 4.3 and 5.3 don't connect if you follow the loop. So 5.3 goes back to 6. Yeah, I don't know what order the 6 goes yet. Like this has to connect to... Oh, it's because this is forced to connect to a 6. That's the point, is that these are both connecting to 6. This is connecting to 7, but it has to connect to one of the 6s, and I don't know which, but whichever one it is, I'm not allowed to connect the 7 to a 6 in a different place. That's the point that is being made by chat. And if that's true, then this 6 definitely connects down here. Which then forces this to go over here. And then this is now forced to go up there because otherwise it'd have 3 grays in a row. And so now this comes here and is now forced to go there. And so I can advance the blue circle up to there. Okay, and so now I have 7'd into the 6. Like that. Okay, and so now this is connecting back to a 7, and my other end of my 6 is all the way up here now. Oops. The blue circles have never been closer. It's true. It's almost happening. They're going to have to connect through this, I think, in order to make this happen. 6 and 5 deserve their own color now. So that's 6. And that's 5. Right. Okay, so I can pinken these have to connect, right? That is 5 going right to 4. Yep, so that is these get to connect. I think if this connects here, it becomes literally impossible for the 5 and the 4 to connect. Oh, no, not quite necessarily. I don't think it works, but... let's see. Okay, I'm processing this point. So if this is green, then something happens. Oh, it has to be green. Because if it's gray, something happens. I don't see it. I believe it. I don't see it though. I can't quite visualize it in my head. Let's see. If row 2, column 7 connects down, the 8 is forced to connect to the 6. So if this connected down, we'd be here. Eight and 7 could have their own color. Whereas, yeah, so these can be we'll do red for the 8 end and the 7 end have to meet up. That is a good goal. Do the entrance counting thing that I hate. Column 9 leaves 3 loop ends. To be clear, I like the loop counting deduction, except that I inevitably end up off by 1. And it turns out that if you're making a parity deduction and you regularly end up off by 1 half the time, it doesn't work out so well. So it's not like I don't think the deduction is cool. It's just that I'm very bad at it. But I think I believe this. So if this goes over, I think I have this zone now of the grid, which I think has 3 loop ends in it, and I think 3 is an odd number. And that doesn't work well. So I think I believe my ability. If chat will confirm that 3 is odd, I think that means that doesn't happen. So people seem to agree with that deduction. Now, if these two connect now, let's look at this zone again. If these two connect, then pink and blue have to connect to each other, which is not allowed because pink and blue don't connect to each other. And the reason why I've highlighted this zone is this is a region where the loops can't get in or out because every exit is blocked. So this is like a whole mini puzzle unto itself. And so these connecting would force these two to connect because there's no other way to make a loop. So those two don't connect, which means that goes that way and that goes that way. Which then means that's gray by the avoid a 3 in a row. Let's see. Right. And these still can't connect to each other because of exactly the same argument. If these two connect to each other, now I force those two to connect to each other, and that doesn't work. So I have to do the same thing argument again. So I end up there with that. And so now my blue circle can migrate even closer. DWeb will be thrilled. The blue circle is even closer to connecting to the blue circle. Okay, this blue circle can't go this way because if the blue circle goes this way, it immediately turns into the pink circle, and blue's not allowed to connect to pink. So the blue circle has no choice but to go there. Getting back there, like that. Now this is a dead end, so the pink just can't turn down there, so pink has no choice but to turn up here. Which puts my pink over here now. So now these two pinks have to connect. How is this not going to break by uniqueness? Oh, because that circle has to... So the point is this has to be green by uniqueness. That's the point. If this cell's not green, then the puzzle breaks. That's how it's going to break. Or that's how we're going to do it. Okay. I'm not going to use it, but that's how this is going to resolve and be unique. Okay, so this is at most... This 6 needs to see at least 2 more greens over this way, is being pointed out. I believe that. I do agree blue and red can't connect. I agree with that assessment. Can't do anything with the 7 cave clue, can I? Oh, I can at least. I can, right. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 5, so I need to extend this green to this way at least. And so now... oh, this blue end only has one way to go. That's cool. Okay, so the blue end only has one way to go, which has made this gray. So now this can't connect here because that would be... That would be there. I don't think I think my uniqueness deduction is good, Selena, because it does. Cave clues don't resolve anything about the loop. This is green now because of checkerboards. Okay, and so now the 7 clue now has gotten actually forced. So that currently is at 6. So that is green. And so therefore now this has to go this way, as predicted. Exactly as I said, that cell had to be green. So that's gray. And this gray has to get to the edge, so that's gray. And this gray still hasn't connected to the edge, so that's gray. That was very satisfying. This gray hasn't connected to the edge, so those are gray. And now that actually makes this red bit do that. Like that over there. This 6 is done, actually. 4, 5, 6. So that is gray now. This 3 means that needs to be green regardless. And now finally at last, if this goes up now, blue and red meet, and blue and red aren't allowed to meet. Blue and blue have to meet. So finally, our blues have connected. Excellent. This is now at a corner, and that's a corner. So this does that. It was very satisfying. Red is now at a corner, and so the red actually now marches up here. This is green to avoid a checkerboard. Oh, this has to connect to itself now because this is now a corner. So this now can't go that way because it would lose. And it should not lose. If I do this, I'll create a mini figure 8 loop, so I can't do that. So that has moved the red ever forward. But the red continues over here, which finally does that, completing the loop, which is fantastic. This 3 is done. And that's 2 grays in a row, so that makes that green. Blew his house like his blue little window and his blue Corvette, and everything is blue for him. Oh, what? Sorry. So now we are almost done, and so now it is a find the cave clue that Zeta hasn't done puzzle, I think. Let's see. This is the same deduction again. If this is gray, it now forces that gray, and that would be 3 grays in a row. So that's not gray, it's green, which makes that gray, which now that's 2 grays in a row, so that makes that green, which makes that 2 greens in a row, which makes that gray, and that makes that gray, and we are done. Fantastic puzzle. I adored that. A fantastic puzzle to come back to. I definitely now feel inspired to try and do something with this no more than 2 grays in a row on the loop thing. Yeah, absolute banger. I love the rule set. KNT is always an expert at coming up with rule sets that do really cool things. Very nice. Lots of neat stuff. Anyway, well done, KNT. KNT has been lurking in secret, but much fun to be had. This is the kind of hybrid I really like. Alrighty. I kind of want to do this now with domain, and same rules, but something like domain instead. Anyway, I am going to take a quick break and then come back, and there will be more puzzlage to follow. So see everyone in just a moment. Welcome back, everyone. I have not done, I mean, I guess I haven't done anything in a bit, so it's not surprising that I have not done this in a bit, but I have periodically been doing my older puzzles sort of one by one, and I'm going to do them slightly out of order this time because I recently published, oh, this is very bad. One moment. There we go. I cropped it exactly so the little 18 little killer looked like an 8 little killer. So I recently published this puzzle Exclusivity, which had exactly this rule set. And then it was pointed out that I had published this puzzle in the past that I have no recollection of. So now we're going to do this puzzle I have no recollection of and see how much it resembles or does not resemble Exclusivity. The rules here are standard. So we have Ren Bon. So these are basically white dots. They just need to be consecutive. Between lines, where the digits on the line have to be between the digits in the circles. German whispers, where the digits have to differ by at least 5 from adjacent digits. And little killer, where the sum of the digits along the diagonals has to be, in this case, 18. And arrows, where the circle is the sum of the digits along the number. But the additional clue is that digits don't repeat on clue types. So the first deduction I see actually was, in fact, in the other puzzle, which is that these digits sum to at least 15 because they're 5 different digits. So the circles need to be at least 6 because they need to total to at least 15. And again, that's because I am not allowed to repeat any digits along the arrows. So these 2 high digits need to appear on the whispers somewhere. So where does this high digit go on a whispers? Because as is being pointed out, there are 8 total digits on whispers, which means every digit shows up on a German whisper except for 5. This one sees everyone except that one. So this cell is that cell. So this cell is, I don't know what it is, but I know it's low. Now, this one, row 1, column 9 is orange because 9 is a high digit. I know I didn't go over that clue type, but the 9 means that's a 9. Let's see. No, these are definitely different orange digits, but that orange digit is the same as this one. I could officially catch up those if I wanted. These are the same high digit. I keep wanting to say I know where this high digit goes, but I don't quite know where it goes. Yeah, there are no repeated givens. This is true. It is in the Discord puzzle graveyard. It is true. Where puzzles go to die. So I guess the thing I know is that these digits sum to 36 in 8 digits, so they don't have a 9 in them. That's the thing that's going on here. Because that's 8 digits that sum to 36 without repeats. So that's everything but 9. So this digit's not 9, and this digit's not 9 either. Which means there's definitely a 1 over here. Oh, and if neither of these is 9, they have to be a 7-8 pair. Oh, sorry. Don't listen to me as I try and pretend this is an arrow. But anyway, that's not 9, so this isn't 6. Is an actual legitimate deduction that I did not make up. Oh, no, it isn't 9. Right. Yes, it is, because this digit is the same as that digit. Right, so these are a 7-8 pair. Sorry, because this digit, as soon as it's not 9, means that's not 9, which means this is not 6. So, in fact, those are a 7-8 pair. Right. Okay, good. So, yeah, so there's no 9. in my sum here, and 1 and 2 are up here. So there's a 3 or a 4 over here, and the 3 or 4 can only go. Yeah, I mean, I guess the easy thing now to ask is where does the 6 go in a German whisper? As per Sayori, it doesn't go here because there's a 1 in the box. It doesn't go here because there's a 1 in the column. It doesn't go here because that's not a 6. So the only place for a 6 to go is here, and we get a digit dance. Boop boop ba-doop. Whoop 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 whoop. Boop boop ba-doop. Whoop 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 whoop. Whoop 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 whoop. Whoop 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 whoop. Boop 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 boop. Waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that's a 6 and that's a 1. And now there's a 2 or a 3 here, I guess. Anyway, this is 7, 8, or 9, and this is 2, 3, or 4. And it's not a, oh, sorry, it could even be a 2 because there could be a 2 up here, right? Right. Okay, so this can't use 3 low digits, is Carl's point. Because if this uses 3 low digits, then the low digit in these two and the low digit in these two has to be the same. That is a very good spot from Carl. So therefore, I need a non-low digit here, and the only way to make that work is to make this a 1, 2, 5, 8 arrow. Which then makes that a 2, because 7 only goes next to 1 and 2. That's not a 2. That's not a 7. Okay. So now these digits add to 10 and are different. So they have to be 1, 2, 3, 4, as is being pointed out. And so that means that these are 5 and 6. And I actually know the order of the 5 and the 6 because of that. 7 is now 3 plus 4, right? Because I can't use 1, 2, and 5 anymore. So those are 3 and 4. Let's see. This is not a 1 or a 2 because arrow stuff. In fact, this digit is the same as that digit. I can move ketchup over to be that digit instead. I probably don't need to keep track of high-low numbers anymore. This also sees the 1 and the 2. That's a good point. So those are actually a 3-4 pair. And so actually, this is the not ketchup one. So this is ketchup over here if I want. This is not ketchup. This is the anti-ketchup, if you will. Let's see. And so that is that makes these two a 3-4 pair, which makes these 1, 2. Jaleb points out. The 8 is just on this whisper. Sayori points out by magic, and so the 8 has to go with a 3 because the 1 and the 2 are gone, which then means that in fact circle is 4, and that's a 9, and we've got all of that. You know, for a puzzle that I have absolutely no memory of, this is very similar to the one that I published at a later date. Okay. So we've got all of that. 9 in row 8. Slick, Sayori. 9 in row 8 is not in a box with a 9. It's not on a between line, and it's not in a column with a given 9. So that's a 9. But it's not a 1-9 between line for what it's worth. But I can now repeat the same trick of where does 1 go in this row, and it goes there. because it can't go in the circle. So 2 in the row has gone there for some amount of time that is large. Oh, this is a naked single. It's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 9, right? This is a naked single 8. Oh, I guess it was even a hidden single 8 was probably easier to see. But the naked single 8 is much classier than the hidden single 8. I should probably fill in what these are, though, so that I don't repeat this process. 4, 6, and 7. No, not 4. 6, 7, and 9. There we go. Sadly, I've got all of 6, 7, and 9 in this box. Let's write in these 2, 3, and 4, right? No, not 4 again. Somehow I can't see 4s today. Is 5 too close? 5 is too close. This can't be a 5 because these would have to be 6, 7, 8, but there's already a 7 in the row. So that's not a 5. It's 2 or a 3. But there's a 3 in the column already, so it is a 2. Good point, because of that pair. So this is a pair of 2 and 4, and I know the order. Going over there. Okay. By the way, Lakia asked why I did not publish this puzzle on LMD, and the answer is I have absolutely no idea because I legitimately barely even remember setting this puzzle. I have a hazy recollection of the little killer clues, but like nothing. Like it rang a bell vaguely, the fact that these had to not have a 9 in them and that being relevant, but I only barely. But actually, I was expecting this puzzle, I'll be honest, to be completely terrible because of the fact that I didn't publish it on LMD. So it has so far exceeded my expectations. 3, 4, and 8 go in there. Okay, so I know these aren't 1 or 2. Let's see, maybe I should write in what these are. Because one of these is a 1. Not 3, not 4, 5, and 8. No, not 8. 5 and 9? 1, 5, and 9, right. Okay, well, this can be neither a 1 nor a 9. It can't be a 1 because there's already a 1 on a Ren Bon. It can't be a 9 because there's an 8. So this is a 5. And it has to go next to a 6 because the 4 is gone. And so just to write it in, that means that these are always from 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. So those aren't 9 for sure. Oh, these aren't 9 either, apparently. Yeah, okay. So there's no 9 anywhere on a Ren Bon, which means I need these to be 7, 8 because they don't have a 4 on them. And they have to be 8, 7 in that order. And these need to be 3, 4, but I don't think I know the order yet. But that does mean one of these 2 digits has to be a 3. Because I've got aligning 3s here, giving us a little Zach Wing, putting 3 in one of these 2 cells. Okay. There's no 7 anywhere on a between line. Is that true? Oh, there could be a 7 on a between line there. Yes, this is the only spot where 7 can go on a between line. Is something I see. There's a 3, 4 pair in column 8. Oops, I don't know why I filled in a 3 there, just recreationally. Well, I hope you enjoyed the confetti. Who knows, maybe we'll get extra confetti later. Okay, this digit doesn't have many things it can be. I kind of want to just write them down. So it could be 1. It can't be 2 because there's already a 2 on a between line. It can't be 3 or 4 because those appear in the row. It could be 5, I think. It can't be 6 because there's definitely a 6 on this between line. In fact, the 6 on this between line is just placed there. So it's not 6. It's not 7 or 8. And it's not 9 because there's already a 9 on the between line. So this is 1 or 5 only. This is a 3 or a 5 that's not a 3. So in fact, it's a 5 and that's a 3, which actually now just makes this a 1. because of that. And so now I might as well just fill in what digits are these allowed to be. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So these are from 3, 4, and 7. That certainly means this isn't a 7. That is not a 4. That's a 3, 4 pair again. Oh. This can't be 3. If this is 3, I'm saying that 4 is between 3 and 1, which is not true. So that is a 7, and that's a 3. This is a 7 by Sudoku. These are 5, 6, and 8, just to finish off the row. That's the 6 out of all of those. Those are 5 and 8. Yeah, is it a good spot to mark? I'm not sure. Maybe I should certainly be marking some cells. Let's mark all of that at least. So that will tell me that that is a 7 and a 6. Let's see. Where is my next weak point? Where's the other 3, 4 in column 7 and 9? Let's see. There's a 3, 4 pair. Okay, yeah. So let's do those, bearing in mind that these can't be 3 or 4. That can't be 3 or 4. So that's the other 3, 4 is the point is that I can't put the 3 or 4 in any place other than there. So that's like a hidden 3, 4 pair, if you like. So now I can do this row where this is also not 3 or 4. Let's see. Okay. I guess now I might as well mark the rest of it now that it has become a kind of a mess anyway. None of these are 1, 2, that's for sure. And these aren't 3, 4. While I am at it with that. We may have discovered the answer as to why I did not publish this, because the ending here is kind of a mess. There's a 129 triple in this column. Sorry, a 129 triple in this column, which makes that a 5 and that a 6, which seems to make that an 8 and that a 5. So that is not a 6. These aren't 8. That is not 5 or 8. These aren't 5. I guess I can just hit the mark button again, and Mark will update it for me, and then I won't have to think about it. There's a 278 triple, which doesn't do anything. Never mind. I was excited about the 278 triple, but the 278 triple doesn't do anything. That's a 2-9 pair, though, that I'm more excited about, which makes that a 5, and that a 6, and that a 9, a 7, and a 6, and that an 8 and a 4. 5 and 9, 3 and 4, 1, 2, 8, 7, 3, 8, 5, 3, 7, 4, 2, 1, 9, 1, 9, 2, 3, 4, 4, 3. We did get our 3 in the corner. 1, 2, 2, 1. Yeah, somehow we didn't even have black dots, and we only had these little itty bitty Ren Bon. I liked the opening. The ending there was pretty awful. Other than that, I was happy with this. Happier than I thought I would be. I thought this was going to be more torturous based on the fact that I didn't publish it at the time. I do still, by the way, I am still aware when I go back, I have to act to sort of doing my puzzles next. I have Cacophony is next, which terrifies me a bit. But I think the ending here would not have deterred me from publishing it in the era of the mark button. Publish these under a pseudonym. There you go. Yeah, no one would guess. I did at one point try and get people to like create a new setter name and speed run getting to various setter related accomplishments, but I never successfully got there. Oh, Isaiah gets to do elements next. Oh, elements is I think there are a lot of puzzles of mine that have like an argument that they're the best zetamath puzzle that I've created, and I think Elements is definitely one of them that you could argue meets that requirement. But it is a lot of puzzle, to put it mildly. But I look forward to watching the Isaiah solve of that. Which reminds me, I still have an Isaiah Perdoku to record. That's right, and I have a video to record for Ranksk too. It turns out when you do nothing but teach a Sudoku class for a month, you get behind on things, as it would happen. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break, stretch, and I will return shortly with further puzzleage. So see you all in just a moment. Welcome back. So I saw this puzzle existed, and therefore I have to do it because it involves Ren Bon and black dots. One of the sections of my Sudoku course was combining multiple variants together, and I set a bunch of examples, and you would not be surprised to learn that I set a bunch of examples that were Ren Bon and black dots. Oh, hey, Blackjack. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, this is definitely a pretty easy way to get me interested in doing a puzzle is to put these together. I'm. What did you do to scare Isaiah, or what did Isaiah do to scare you? I don't remember. What happened? I missed it. So these are strings of consecutive digits. This was not relevant in the previous puzzle. But oh, when you were streaming in Discord, Tristan actually got in voice chat and used the voice chat to chat with voice. Yeah, you're not supposed to use the voice chat to chat with voice. That's a faux pas. But anyway, we could start with a digit, which is this digit, or we could start by like pencil marking things here. The black dots, by the way, mean one is double the other. So I guess I'll start with the classicest Ren Bon trick, which is that if you have a length 5 Ren Bon, it has to have a 5. But this Ren Bon also needs to have a 5, and there's nowhere for it to go but here. So I will do the 5 dance for microstudy. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Well, I won't. Zach will. Ba-doop-ba-doop. I am not athletically able to do the 5 dance. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah. Ba-doop-ba-doop. Whoa. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wee. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. My advice, by the way, for when you get interviewed by Meme Rister is to bring a cute stuffed animal with you. Because when Meme Rister interviewed me, as Meme Rister is going to interview MicroStudy, more than half the questions were for Zach. So I recommend bringing a cute stuffed animal for people to ask questions of. Hey, Ambrose, how are you doing? So yeah, so the thing I saw immediately was that we have these. The interesting thing about these, which is what I saw, was that 248 is not a very good combination, but I did the deduction that got MicroStudy's favorite dance instead first. If this is 248, I have to find 5 consecutive digits that include 2 and 8, and that is rather difficult. So instead, we have to have that. And so now this has a 1 on it, so it needs a 3 and a 5 as well. And now these black dots don't have 2, so they're 3, 6, and 4, 8. And since one of them is 4, 8, that means that's not a 4. That means that's a 1, and that's a 4. And one of these is 3, 6, so that's a 5, and that's a 3. And these are a 7, 9 pair. 4 and 8. How far apart are 4 and 8? We'd need 5, 6, and 7. If I make these 4, 8, can I get all of 5, 6, and 7? Yeah, I could get one of them there and the other 2 there. Maybe I could just barely do it. Oh, but the one of these that's 3, 6 needs its 4. Okay, so one of these is 3, 6 and requires a... Oh, no, never mind. Yeah. Whichever of these is 3, 6 requires a 4 up in this box. So one of these digits is a 4, because I need a 4 to connect to the 3 and the 6. It needs a 5, but the 5 could go in either of those places. Oh, right. The right question to ask is, where does the 9 go in this box? Because this box needs a 9 somewhere. Oh, they both need 5. Sorry. Darian is completely correct. One of these is a 5 and one of these is a 5 because they both need 5s. So 9 can't go with 3, 6 or 4, 8 on this Ren Bon. So the 9 has to go on this Ren Bon. 3, 6, and 4, 8 would make the 9 too far away. So that's the 9 and that's the 7. And now, given that this Ren Bon has a 9 on it, it does not also have a 3 on it. Those two are too far apart. So this is 4, 8, which means this is 3, 6. Now the 3, 6 again needs a 4 on it, and the 4 has to go there, and it needs a 5 on it, and the 5 has to go there. So we get to fill in those. And these digits, to finish off the column, are 5, 6, 7. Of course, that one's not the 5. Which means to really finish off the column, we need 1, 2, and 3. Just for the record. And that one is apparently not a 3 because there's already a 3 in the box. Who knew? Now, this black dot digit is running out of options because it is not 1, 2, 4, or 3. So this can only be 6 or 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so this would have to be, if this is 4, 8. Sorry, not 3, 6. 3, 4. There we go. If this is 8, 4, these would have to be 5, 6, 7, which is maybe possible. I'll allow for the account. This black digit actually is quite something, because this black dot isn't 3, 6, and it doesn't have a 1. So this is always from 2, 4, 8, which means it always has a 4 on it, which means that that's an 8 and that's a 4. like that. And now the 2-4 combo kills every combination for this except 3-6. So we could do that. Selena would like to put 5 here by sudoku, which is fine. And 5 on this Ren Bon now can't go here because remember there's a 5 in this box, so the 5 on this Ren Bon has to go here, so that's 5, so that's 5, so that's 5. That looks like, oh, I was going to say that looks like the right number of 5s, but it's not because I have one more 5. It did look like the right number of 5, but it was not the right number of 5s, in fact. Okay, so what is this? So this is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this means this needs either a 1 or a 7. Sure does. Let's see. This Ren Bon has no 4, Garion points out, because there's a 2, 4 looking over and a 4 there. So these are 6, 7, 8, 9. Of course, those aren't 8. These aren't 7 or 6, actually, because there's a 6 up there. So these are an 8, 9 pair. So these are a 6, 7 pair, which sorts out the 3 and the 6 down there. This Ren Bon is going to have all digits from 1, 2, 3, 4 on it, because that's all that's left in here. But if it's got digits from 1, 2, 3, 4, it in particular has a 1. And so this needs to be a 2, which means this is a 1 or a 4. And so this is, in fact, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I said that in a very weird way, but that's okay. This is a 2. And this is the other one for the row. 1? Yeah, that seems like the 1 for the row. We'll take it. Let's see. There's a 2 up here somewhere, not on the Ren Bon, notably. So this Ren Bon does not get to have a 2, even if it wants one very badly. Let's see. These over here are just a... Oh, this is just a naked single. Why don't I fill in the naked single first? Because then I'd have to figure out that it's a 9, and my brain is not very efficient at doing that. Let's see. These are 7 and 8. So we've got all of that. Let's see. So are these all high or are they all low? They're all high. Hey, Sarah. Because once I've cut off the 2 and the 5, I can't do anything below 5. It won't fit. I can't do 3, 4, and a second 3, or 3, 3.5, and 4. None of those are options. So this is always from 6, 7, 8, 9. And it definitely has a 7 and an 8 on it for what it's worth. I don't know what to do with that, but it seems worth noting. Let's see. Oops. I just randomly added a digit down here somewhere. Yep, down there. Okay. So, MicroStudy is basically encouraging me to note that these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. And so if this is a 6 and a 3, it needs to be well, if this is a 6 and a 3, that's going to be a problem because I'm going to roll out the 7, and this is going to be at least 8. And so I'm going to have an at least 8 on a Ren Bon with a 3, and that's not going to work. I'm trying to figure out what the elegant way to see that is. I think there's probably a more elegant way to say that, but I don't quite see what it is. But I do see the point, which is that this being a 6 forces this to be too big to go on a Ren Bon with a 3. So this is, in fact, an 8 and a 4. Let's see. And so... these need to be a 6, 7 pair, or this Ren Bon doesn't do Ren Bon things. And that 6, 7 pair in this column actually makes this an 8 or a 9. For whatever that is worth. So now this is from 1, 2, 4, 8 again. And I can probably rule out some of those if I try really hard. So 4, 8 would need 6, 7. Right. 4, 8 would require 6 and 7, one of which would have to go here. Not possible. So there's no 8. So there is a 2, which places this 2 over here. Either way, there has to be a 3 on it, regardless of whether it's 1, 2 or 2, 4. And so that has to be the 3. So that's a 6 and that's a 3. And so it's either 1, 2, 3. Oh, right. It needs to have a 4 on it. Sorry, I did this in a way that was probably more complicated. If I made this 1, 2, it would make this a 4, but that's a problem with the box. So this is 2, 4. And so this is 1 or 6, but there's a 6, 7 pair in the box, so it is 1, and that's a 2. Also, this Ren Bon... Oh, sorry, that's not the Ren Bon. Never mind. I was going to say something that was completely wrong. These digits are 6, 7, 8, 9, and they're not 8, so I'm just going to mark that they're from 6, 7, 9. And this is also a 6, 7, or 9, just for the row. Oh, 1 is placed in this box by Sudoku. It is there. I see Sayori is also pointing that out. This digit is not a 2, a 4, or a 3. So it can only possibly be a 1, an 8, or a 6. And so I think we decided 8 and 4 doesn't work, right? 8 and 4 would make these a 6, 7 pair. Actually, maybe those could be a 6, 7 pair. That might be okay in this instance. 6 and 3. Oh, wow. Yeah, 6, 7 does break box 3. That's slick. So I probably should just fill in that these are 6, 7, 9 in the other one, which is 8. And so the point is, if I make this 8, then this becomes 6, 7, with thus creating a 6, 7, 8, 9 quintuple in the column. Or maybe a better way to say it is there's a 3 corner marked into here or in the column because there's nowhere else for a 3 in the column. So anyway, that is not an 8. And so we need a 3 down there. 1 breaks column 8. Right. Okay, so there's a good way to spot it. There's a good way to put it. There's a 2 or a 4 that's not on this, as J40 says. This 2, 4 does not appear on this Ren Bon at all. So it doesn't have a 1 on it. So that's a 6 and a 3. And so there's definitely a 4 here. So that's a 2 and a 4. That's a 2 and a 4. These are a 4 and a 7. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think those are a 4, 7 pair. And in fact, that's definitely the 4. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, that's a 7. So that's a 7 up there. Chad agrees. Good. I like having my beliefs confirmed. Okay, that is not a 6. Neither of these are 6. Oh, we've broken into this chain of 6 7s up here. It's always satisfying when you get that. Oh, this digit, I can probably figure out what it is. It is a 9. These two, Mark can probably tell me what they are. Mark says they're a 2 and an 8. But I don't know about that. Okay, these I can probably also mark while we're at it. And apparently I can, because that's an 8 and a 2 and an 8 and a 2. Let's see, that is not an 8. One of these two, oh, there's a 6 here just by Sudoku. Yeah, there's a 6 there just by Sudoku. If I just look at where 6 goes in this box. So that's a 6, an 8, and a 7. 9, 7. My carefully working out that had to be a 6, 7, 8, 9. Ren Bon did not do anything because there was just going to be a 6 there eventually. So could do that. So that's always the 4. So that's a 1, a 3, and a 4. Let's see. We can mark up this last bit here, seemingly making that a 9, a 1, a 3, a 9. We're going to put an extra 3 there just recreationally. 8 and 9, 1. Let's see, that seems to be an 8, a 6, and a 9, and a 6, and a 3, and an 8. And a wonderful puzzle there by Polando. I enjoyed that enormously. I am glad to see more people putting this this genre out into the world. This will clearly become. I mean, in a weird way, like Ren Bon and Black Dot is just sort of like Kropke advanced, because you've just replaced the white dots with Ren Bon, which are just like fancy white dots. So it really is basically just Kropke. But anyway, very nice puzzle, very smooth all the way through, and quite cool. Let's see if we can do another puzzle. Okay, so we're going to try another of these. This has become a whole genre. Microstudy, both white and black dots also have a non-repeating rule. You're not allowed to repeat digits on a white dot or a black dot. It's not often stated, but it is a rule. So we have Nordy to thank for this whole thing of lines overlapping other lines. But I've seen several people's take on the lines overlapping other lines genre. So I enjoyed the first puzzle, so I'm happy to do them. All I pray is that no one makes more than one of these. But if everyone makes one, I think I will be wholly sated, and then I will I will do that. Okay. So we have here entropic lines. So that one you might not have seen before because it's a little more niche than the others. Which is that of every string of 3 digits along one of these dreamsicle lines, you need a 1, 2, 3, a 4, 5, 6, and a 7, 8, 9. But they don't have to go in that order. But basically, entropic lines are for people who like German whispers, but can't remember whether 3 and 7 are 4 or 5 apart, which is pretty tricky. So therefore, we have this. So basically, instead of 2 colors, it's 3 colors, and it's going to sort of percolate around. And then we have our region sum lines. And our region sum lines are these blue lines, and they sort of divide the grid into groups of cells that have the same sum. So those 2 cells have the same sum as those 3 cells have the same sum as those 2 cells, for instance. Okay, so to start with, I am going to color along this line, and I'm just going to choose nice neutral-looking colors. Like that. Make these green, just to see if anything interesting happens with my collection of these. So we don't quite have all of everything here. Green had better be low, though, right? There's no way green is not low if I have a purple and a yellow together equaling a purple and a yellow plus a green. What's the biggest difference I could have between 2 purple plus yellows? These could differ. I guess technically this could be as high as 4, because the maximum these 2 can differ by is 2, and the maximum these 2 can differ by is 2. So this is certainly from 1, 2, 3, 4. So that is true. I'm using this line, Martin, to do that, because these 2 differ by at most 2, and these 2 differ by at most 2, and yet the sum is the same. So their total difference, which is this cell, is at most 4. Entropicity. It is the entropicity of the number. Let's see. These are also one of each. Let's see. But anyway, this is low unless it's exactly 4. Is the takeaway from this. Now, some people have seen something about highs on the region sum lines that I haven't quite been able to parse because it's requiring all of my mental fortitude to keep track of the region sum line, or sorry, the entropy lines underneath of these. Okay. So green and purple together sum to yellow and purple. Sorry, sum to a yellow and a purple, but also sum to a green and a purple. So yellow is also 1, 2, 3, 4 by exactly the same argument. There we go. Okay, so exactly the same thing happens here. So I think people saw the same point I did, but here. Again, green and purple is green and purple plus a yellow. This yellow is the difference, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4. And so what that means is that one of these actually is 4, and the other is low. So green and yellow are low and mid. And in particular, sorry, I should not highlight those. So therefore, purple is high. Now, the corollary of that is that one of these is a 9. Because remember, one of these two is a 4, and the one that's a 4 is important because the one that's a 4 forces a wait, does it force a 7? Sorry, this is the low side, not the high side. Wait, which one is a 9? No, it's this one that's the 9. Sorry, I was misremembering. It's not one of these two that's the 9. One of these two is a 7. This one's always a 9. And we get to bring out our 9 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wee! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah! Thank you, Zach. And just in case you didn't quite track that, it was because one of these has to be a 4. And so whichever of these is a 4 difference forces that to be a 9 either from that line or that line. Okay, so neither of these can be a 9. And so one of these is definitely a 7. So this is never a 7 at the very least. Is it a problem if this is 9? It's probably a problem if this is 9, isn't it? Yes, it would be a very big problem if this was 9. Because if this was 9, I know this is really difficult to see with the 80 million colors going around. If this was 9, these two would be the same digit by this region sum line, except this digit is yellow and this digit is green. And so therefore this digit is 8. And these are both 7. And so we've got all of that. So yellow is bigger than green. I'm sure you are correct. But I don't understand it yet. Oh, right. So this yellow is 1 less than the sum of these two. And 1 less than the sum of these two is at minimum medium. So that's so it's the fact that you add 1 but subtract 1 that makes it work. This digit is just 1 less than the sum of those two, so it must be mid. Okay, so it's the yellow here that's the 4. And then yellow in general is medium. I can remake purple orange just so that we can sort of keep track of this, and then make green blue so that we can keep track of this. And I'll actually leave yellow as medium because I usually use yellow for medium anyway. And so now, how did this all work out again? I had this all solved before. Or I sort of understood how this worked in my head. But now my brain has forgotten how this all worked at the beginning. Because I knew a bunch of digits as soon as I knew which of these was a 4, but I can't remember anymore what is going on, sadly. Oh, there we go. There we go. This is the direction to look now. These sum to the same as these, whereas this is a minimum of, this is a maximum of 12, and this is a minimum of 12. So that's a 3, and that's a 1, and that's a 4 as well. And there we go. There's our difference of 4. That's the cells I was supposed to look at. Those two are 2 different, and these 2 are 2 different, which is why that's allowed to be a 4 and just barely be a medium-ish number. Okay. So one of these digits is an 8. I don't know if that's useful, but it's true. One of them is an 8, just because I need a high entropy number in one of these cells, and there's no choice but 8. And one of these digits is a 9, for similar reasons. Let's see. I'm trying to debate if there's a color I can draw over the entropy lines where I'll still be able to see them, because the problem with the entropy lines is that they have this color just becomes completely invisible on top of this. But I will just deal with it for now. It's a minimum of 13. Okay, so there's definitely an 8 in one of these two cells, because these sum to a minimum of 13, 9 plus 4. And so if they don't work, yeah, let's see, maybe I can choose a different blue. Like, what if I choose this blue instead? That shows up better. What if I choose this orange instead? That shows up a little better. And what if I choose this yellow instead? It's exactly the same, because the two yellows, because imposter yellow and regular yellow are the same, but we're going to do it anyway. Now the digits are impossible to read, but the lines I can see. So that's something. Dorlier would really like us to center mark all the yellows as 4, 5, 6. For me, yellow means it's 4, 5, 6. And so I'm not a huge fan of doing it, but yeah, we can do green for the yellow instead. That will work. Okay, this looks horrible. This is not going to win any art awards. We'll just put it that way. Let's see. Okay. Oh yeah, the last 4, 5, 6 has to go here, because yeah, and now even if this is 8 plus a low, 8 plus a low still can't get me to 13. So these are really an orange-green pair. And so the point is both of those are low. For whatever that is worth. It's not immediately clear to me what that does, but it probably does something. Uh, so if this is an 8, that's a 1 and a 9, is I think what Sayori wants me to say. And if that's an 8, that's a 9. Okay, yeah. So this being an 8 doesn't actually work for a sort of complicated two-part reason. If this cell's an 8, that cell's a 9, but this cell's also high, and if I look at the column, it's also a 9, and Sven doesn't like that, and we like to keep Sven happy, because Sven does a lot for us. So that, in fact, is the 8. And this is my 4, 5, 6 of some description. Oh, in fact, this 4, 5, 6 is one more than this 4, 5, 6. So I know that's not a 4, and I know that's not a 6 for whatever that works. Oh yeah, I might as well sort of percolate that color along. Make that green there as well. Right, this one could never be a 5. I agree with that assessment. These two sum to 2 more than this digit. So does that tell me anything interesting? Okay, so Carl is basically saying these two sum to a multiple of 3, is what Carl is saying. So the whole column sums to a multiple of 3, and yet because of the region sum line, these cells sum to a multiple of 3. And the only way I can choose 2 of 1, 2, and 3 to add to a multiple of 3 is to make them a 1, 2 pair. And so therefore that's a 3. And now the minimum this can sum to is 14, and the maximum this can sum to is 14. So that's what it has to be. So that's a 4, a 5, and a 6. Okay, good spot to Carl there. Okay. Right. These are summing to a single-digit number. So this is Sayori's point. That single-digit number is more than 6, but certainly I can't make this anything but low, which is going to make that medium, and I'm going to be able to sort of percolate it up here. That's blue. That's high. Like that. Okay, and so these are a 4, 5 pair. Oh, in fact, they're a 4, 5 pair, but that's a 5 and that's a 4, it would seem. And the only way this actually gets me to the right high-lowity is if I make that a 3. Because I need to get to a high digit here by the magic thing. And so by the entropic line, so I get that has to be a 7. Which means one of these over here is a 7 for whatever that is worth. People are saying this looks calculable. I think I'm missing something. Yeah, I really... How am I calculating this with the region sum line? It's just the sum of these two digits. Can't this be 7, 8, or 9? Yeah, this line does not connect if that is what people are doing. This is also not one line, if that is what people are doing. Yeah, it is very camouflaged. Uh, uh, see. Microstate says this isn't low. How do I know this is a high? This is row 8. Oh, this one. Got it. Got it. Okay, sorry. This one, uh, saying it's not low because this would be a high, and I certainly can't have medium plus low equals sum of low, medium, and high. I agree. So this can't be low. So those are the ones that are low. And these are the ones that are high. This color combination is growing on me, I hate to say, which worries me a bit. Let's see. Okay, so this is a 7 or a 9. 2 or 3. Don't let me choose paint colors for the bedroom at the moment. Okay, and so now that I know this is a 9 and a 5, that's already at least 14. So this is a minimum of 15. So in fact, the only way this works, basically everyone is pointing out, is if I do that. So now this is not a 9. Ah, and that has actually forced this, because now this has to be 6 plus 2 equals 8, because it can't be 6 plus 1 equals 7 anymore. And it's certainly not 6 plus 3 equals 9. So we get all of that going on. Let's see. 8, 8. There's an 8 in one of these two cells. I don't think I know whether this is a 7 or not yet, though. I think it could be a 7, as far as I can tell. I can certainly mark these two, which seem to be a 7 and a 3, 7, right? Okay, so there was a 3 to be placed in the row that was a gimme. So let's do that. Jaleb would like me to write in all the candidates here. This sounds excruciating, but let's see. Maybe it will be better than I think it will be, because these two need to be consecutive because of the 1 there. And in fact, this one's, remember, this one's 1 bigger than that one. So 6, 5 seems fine. 4 doesn't work here ever. This was not nearly as many candidates as I feared, actually. It's either 6 and 5 or 8 and 7. Those are the only options. I thought this was going to have a bajillion options, but it does not. So apologies for doubting the wisdom of Jaleb. 3 in box 8. 3 in box 8 is placed. Agree. Makes this cell a naked not low. Are there any other interesting cells that are naked not lows now? I don't think so. Yeah, not quite. Yeah, I guess this is a naked not low as well. Oh, right. There's just a 1 is just placed in this box. I now understand Sayori's point. I read Sayori's point over and over again and was trying to think it was something to do with what would happen if I placed a 1 here and how it would break if it went down there. But Sayori's point is much simpler. I can't put 1 in these cells, and I can't put 1 in those cells because of the entropic line. So I now understand Sayori's point, which is Much less complicated than I was afraid it was. Okay, so that gets us some more blue percolation. As you do. Yes, this cell is not low now, as is being pointed out. It sees 1, 2, and 3. So either these two are low or this one is. But whichever one it is, the low digit is a 2. So one of these two is a 2. Because these cells all see 1 and 3. And so there's either a 1 on here or no low digit at all. People would like me to fill in that this is a 2 because it's low and it's not 1 or 3. Which places the low back here, which places another low here, and that low's a 1. That is pretty cool. Okay, and so these are the same, and that is either medium or high, but I don't know which one. Let's see. I will take the opportunity to fill in these, although I don't think it does anything yet. This row I can fill in. So when I fill in this row, what microstudies point is this becomes a medium, because those are the only options. Oops, that is not what I want to do. This becomes a medium. And so if that's a medium, this has to be a high, but of those, the only high digit is 8. And so this is a medium again, and I can sort of finish this entropic line where I will go medium and high, and the only high digit available is a 9. Okay. So now the sum of these 2 digits, I was starting to do the math for the sum of these 3 digits, but that doesn't work. The sum of these 2 digits is equal to the sum of these digits. And so this is a maximum of 15, whereas this is a minimum of 15. So we have to do 5, 6, 6 like that. Say 2 or a 3. This is the 5 for the column. So this is the 1 for the column to finish it off. Let's see. One of these two is a 7. Oh, this has become a 7. When did that happen? Oh, just now. Just now. Okay, so that's a 7 and an 8. Okay, so these are both high. Okay. Row 5 needs a 4, points out Sayori, and it can only go there. We're actually done our region sum lines entirely. One of these is an 8. Box 8 needs 2 mediums, Jaleb points out. So these are indeed a 4-5 pair, which is going to just... Oh, no, I was going to say it places the 4 in that box, but it does not. It does place the 4 in this box, though. Let me mark these cells. So this seems to always be low. So if this is medium, it's a 5, is Ambrose's point. So therefore, this is not a 5. And so therefore, 5 in this box can only go here. Good spotting to Ambrose. So that is a 5. That is medium, and these are both high. Okay. So this is a 4 or 6, I suppose. This is an 8, though. This is a 7 or 9. So one of these is a 6, is Sayori's point, because I need a medium digit, and the only medium digit available is 6. So one of these is 6, which means this is definitely a 3, which means that's a 2, a 3, that's a 2, and a 6 down here. That has made that a naked 9, which has made that a naked 2, and that a hunter. A Simon sweater, not hunter. 7 there. So I think I could probably just mark the grid now. And so if I do that, I'll see that I can color that both of these are low. So this is medium. That's a high. So that's a low. So that's a medium. That's going to be high, so that's going to be low. That's going to be high. I've got all the mediums in this row, so that can only be high, and that can actually only be high, which now means these are both mediums by the line, which means that this is going to be high, which means this is going to be medium. Let's see, in this column, we have only lows left, so those are both going to be low. In this row, we have only mediums left. In this box, we have only a high left. In this row, we've got everything except our highs, so these are going to be high. In this column, I'm still missing a high. And in this row, I'm still missing a medium. And now we just fill in the digits, and we will be in good shape. 4, 3, 1, 3. That can only be a 5 and a 4, a 1, a 5 and a 6, an 8, a 9, an 8, a 2, 7, 9, 6, 5, 2, 7, and a 9. Congratulations to all of the I was going to say to all of the betters, but we didn't even have a bet tree. Well, congratulations to all the people who thought I would fill in a 9 last in the entire grid. We did well. Nice puzzle. It sort of collapsed all at once there at the end once you sort of made your way around this. I really liked the one of these cells is a 4 deduction. That was a very cool opening because of the combination of the lines. That was a very good use of the overlapping lines to do that. And of course, there are some other simpler uses of the overlapping lines, but I really liked the one of those two as a 4. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in a moment with another puzzle. So see you shortly. Alrighty, I have returned, and we are back with a Nabner sandwich puzzle. So if you've not seen sandwich before, the central conceit of sandwich is that in every column, somewhere in the column, there is a 1 and a 9. And the sandwich clues, which are these clues outside, give you the sum of the digits between the 1 and the 9. So for example, they could go 2, 5, 3, like that. And so usually in these puzzles, we will color just to keep track of where the where the 1s and 9s are, because they are what dictate the structure of the clues. We also have the singular black dot, which heart, which means that these two, one is double the other. And then we have these Nabner lines, which I don't think it's relevant in this puzzle, but digits can't repeat on Nabner lines, but also you can't have consecutive digits anywhere in Nabner lines. So the thing to keep in mind with sandwich puzzles is that you're sort of summing to 35 instead of 45 when you think about things, because the 1 and the 9 basically don't count. And so when you see a 35 sandwich clue, it actually is completely forced that your crusts have to be here on the outside, and then everything inside is, of course, then not a crust. Because if I sum every digit that's not 1 and 9, I get 35, so I have to do that. Now, if I look at this row now, it's now forced. Because in order to get to 30, and I think for sandwiches, this is where sort of the term outie comes from that you'll hear me and others say a lot. Often it makes more sense to think about what I'm leaving out of the sum than what I'm including in the sum. And in this case, I'm leaving out 5 because 35 minus 30 is 5. Well, these two sum to a minimum of 5. And therefore, that is all I can leave out. So I am forced to do this. And in fact, these are a 2-3 pair. This is, of course, a 1-9, is what all of that means. Now, I can do a similar thing here with a 20. I certainly am not making 20 in 1, which I would if I went either way this direction. And I can't make 20 in fewer than 3 cells, but I can't make 20 in 3 cells either, because in order to make 20 in 3 cells, it would have to be 8, 7, 5. And 8, 7, and 5 have 8 and 7, which are consecutive. So I actually need an extra digit there to make that sandwich possibly work. Oh, cute. People are pointing out that if I just write in this row, it is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, if I want to not have any consecutive digits on this, I have to drop the 5 and the 7. It's the only way it will work. That is very cute. So these are not 4, 6, or 8. It's sort of like the maximum spread I could possibly get, and we'll force that. 33 sandwich is also interesting because I only get to exclude one cell from the sandwich, which means these are the only cells in the row that can be crusts. All of these are not crusts. Actually, I was kind of inclined when I went over the rules to just immediately gray these 2 cells because they couldn't be 1, 2, but we got that for free from the 33. And I know one of the outies here is a 2. Okay. Right. And this in particular, what Sayori is pointing out is this doesn't have a 2 on it because, again, the outie has to be a 2. The thing's not in the sandwich summed 2. And so there's no 2 here. And so this can only be 3, 6, or 4, 8. I agree with that. Okay. This is a length 4 Nabner line, which does not feature 1 or 9, Jaleb points out. And a length 4 Nabner line that does not feature 1 or 9 has to be 2, 4, 6, 8. That's as far as I can possibly spread them apart. And those numbers, last I checked, do add to 20, so that means our sandwich is done. That was very cute. So we get our 1 or 9 here. Okay. So these, I guess, are 3, 5, 7. I'm just going to fill in just for my sanity so that I'll have access to it later when I want it. I don't think I'm quite forced to have one of these be a crust yet. Oh, column 8 has a sandwich clue, though. So I need to get to 10. I can't get to 10 in fewer than 2. But 10 and 3 in a sandwich would be forced to be 2, 3, 5. And 2, 3, 5 has some consecutive digits in it. So, in fact, we get to that. Oops. So these two now need to be 2, 8, 3, 7, or 4, 6. Oh, they can't be 2, 8, actually. That's cute. If these were 2, 8, it would definitely have a digit consecutive with the 1 or the 9. So these can only actually be 3, 7, or 4, 6. I don't think I know which one it is yet, but it is interesting. Is a cute observation for sure. Oh, now, by the way, now I know what goes on with this row. So remember, the only outie here was a 2, so that's a 2, a 3, and a 2. Makes that not a 3. I tried to remove the 3. I did not succeed. 18 certainly doesn't go up. And it certainly takes at least 3 cells. Oh, and better do it in exactly 3 cells because that's all I get. Oh yeah, that was a dance, wasn't it? That was a 2 dance. Badoop badoop duka 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 badoop badoop duka 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 badoop badoop duka duka woohoo duka duka woohoo badoop 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 badoop. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Oh yes, I have been lax on my betting cells today. So these are a maximum of 8, 6, and 4, which happens to sum to 18. So they have to be 8, 6, and 4 because of the fact that they have no repeats, which actually tells me cutely enough that that's a 1 because 9 is consecutive with 8. So that's a 9 and a 1 and a 9 and a 1 and a 9 and a 1 and a 9. Oh, wow. That's a beautiful spot, Sarah. Sarah notices if this is 3, 6, then I have to put 4 and 5 in the row. They can't go with a 3, 6, so they would have to go over here, but then they would be on a Nabner and that breaks. So this can't be 3, 6. That's super slick. So that means that the 5 is over here, and so the 6 is there. So we've got that. And so these are not 4, 6. These are 3, 7. It looked too perfect for that to work out, for it not to work out that way. That 3, 7 pair makes that a 5, a 7, and a 3. This pair is a 5 and a 7, it looks like. Just to make... Oh, that 3, 7 also looks up at that 5. There we go. ELSF noticing that as well. These digits are a bunch of stuff, but keep in mind they're not 3 and they're not 7. So they're from 2, 4, 8. These are a triple. Once I remember that they're not 4 or 8. Oh, let's see. I meant to fill this in. So this cell is not 4 or... Oops. Sorry. Is not actually 4 or 6. It's not 4 because it's on a Nabner with a 3. It's not 6 because it's on a Nabner with a 5 or a 7. And it's not 5 or 7 because it's on it's in a box with a 5, 7 pair. So this is actually a naked 8 in a somewhat convoluted way. But was well worth pencil marking. That's often the thing in Nabner puzzles is something is like, oh, there's no point in me pencil marking what a digit can be that's on a line with a 3 and a 5, 7. It could be anything. And then you pencil mark it and it turns out it's a naked single. Happens all the time. Let's see. Yes, and then the 8 resolves the 5-7 pair, because now 8 doesn't go next to 7, so that's 5 and that's 7. I'm not sure if I've done a PDN puzzle previously, by the way, but I am enjoying this quite a bit. I will have to do more PDN puzzles. These are the stuff. So that is a 4-6 for whatever it is worth. Oh, these I'm seeing are not crusts anymore because of crustiness already. These are not crusts because of crustiness already. So we've got all of that at least. Box 6, right, doesn't have any more crust in it. So how long can a 19 sandwich possibly be? Actually, the easier question, how long can a 16 sandwich possibly be? And the answer is it's more than 2 cells long, and 3 is the most it could possibly be. So that actually finishes this. So that is a 1, and that is a 9, which grays out all of this as well. And now these need to sum to 16. I'm not used to sandwich clues appearing at the top and bottom, and the left and the right. I'm used to sandwich clues only occurring on one side of the grid. So I keep like neglecting these ones that are sort of hidden over here. I like this fact that it's more spaced out. That's very nice, although my instinct for it is all wrong. So 2 and 4 would be too small. This would have to be a 10. So that's a 6 and that's an 8, which makes that a 4, makes that an 8. Not a 4, not an 8. Let's fill in this box. Oops. Fill in this box. Not with that button. With that button. There we go. Those are a 4, 5. So these aren't 5. That is no longer 8. These are 3, 5, 7. So I'll write other digits in there just to confuse myself in the future, apparently. Let's see. Okay, so we've got lots of various stuff floating around. Yes, I know where my 7 sandwich is now. Because now my 7 sandwich certainly requires at least 1, and there's only one way I can make it have at least 1. It took a surprising amount of time for this 7 sandwich to be placed. I kept looking at it throughout the solve, and it kept not being placed. And then chat, of course, caught it immediately once it was placed. So these digits are not 3, 5 for sure. And this one's not 6 or 8 either. So this is only a 2 or a 4. And that's actually a quadruple of 2, 4, 6, 8 in the row. So these are 3, 5, 7. That one's not a 7 either, so it actually places the 7 in the row. I thought that 7 was going to do something, but I don't think 7 did anything. Screaming Ice Cube is encouraging me to do this. And so the point is this only is able to be 2, 3, 4, but it can't be 3 because it's 3 is consecutive with a 2 or 4, which actually makes those a 2, 4 pair, making that an 8. Good spotting. And these aren't 2 or 4. It's not 4 either. 3, 6, or 9. This 19 clue keeps... I keep looking at it and then being like, I don't really want to think about it. Let's see. I probably do have to think about it. So the minimum these sum to is 7? I think the minimum these sum to is 7, right? 2 and 5 is the minimum. So that's 7 and 4. The minimum these sum to is 11. If I threw that in, that would be a minimum of 14, but I guess that's okay. Row 5, column 7 is a little more limited than it initially appears. So it is from 2, 3, 4, 5, and it's definitely not a 4 because it's next to a 2, 5, or next to a 3, 5. So I guess these only possibly sum to 8 if they're 3, 5, or to 7 if they're 2, 5. There's definitely a 5 on here, is my point. And so 6 in row 5 is just placed. Points out J40. That is good. So that's a 6 and that's a 4, which makes that a 2, which makes that a 9 and a 1. I won't admit that I was originally going to reverse that the other way. Makes that a 4 and an 8. Okay, that seems likely to be quite helpful, actually. This is not crust because it sees 1 and 9. The zeta-eist deduction of all time. This is 9 because otherwise what is this Nabner doing here? Column 6 has a 6-8 pair Sayori sees, which makes this a 2. Let's see. Row 8, 7? I don't quite see why 7 can't go in one of those places yet. This is a 4, 6, 8 triple in this column. So let me fill out the rest of this column, bearing in mind that it can't be 4, 6, or 8. Okay, so the rest of this column cannot be 4, 6, or 8. Does that tell me anything? This one can't be 2 because there's a 2, 4 pair in the row. So this is a 1, 3, or 5. Let's see. This certainly can't be 7. Oops. Because it's next to a 6 or 8. So that's going to give me the 7. Oh, it's not quite going to give me the 7 in the column. It almost gives me the 7 in the column. Oh, no, it does. It gives me a 1, 3, 5 triple is what it gives me. Yeah, it gives me a 1, 3, 5 triple. And so that makes that a 7, which makes that a 2 and a 6, makes that a 3 and a 7, makes that a 2 and a 5. There we go. It was the triple. The triple was the thing I was missing, which makes that a 3 and a 5, makes this my magical 1. Like that. Okay. So now this isn't crust, and that's the thing I needed. Because that now sees 1 and 9, and so now that has to be the crust. And now I certainly can't put the 9 over here because the minimum sum of these is 15. I would need to make those two sum to at most 4, which I cannot do. So this has to be the 9 now. Which means that is not crust either. So that is the 9 there. And now my outies here need to sum to 16, which means these two need to sum to 9. And the only way to make these two sum to 9 is as 3 and 6, which means that needs to be a 6 and a 3 and a 6, which makes that a 5 and a 2, apparently. 2 and 4. This is the last one. Let's see, Mark knows. It's a 4, apparently. Let's check. 9, that is 19, conveniently. That is a 5 and a 4. That's a 3 and a 5. Let us mark now. Forever hold our peace or something. So that's being a 3 is going to make this yellow, which is going to make these all not yellow. This is a naked not yellow, which is going to make that yellow. So we're finished our coloring. 3, 2, 8, 6, 5. That being yellow means it's a 9, which means that's a 6 and an 8 and a 3. 4 and 8. 1 and 3, 7, 9, 8, 4, and 6. And there we go. Oh, somehow I miscolored this. Sorry, 1. Apologies. There we go. Oh, I think I was told I'm supposed to read the text that appears at the end of these. I don't know how to do this, but some people have started putting this this text stuff here. So here it says you have successfully gobbled the sandwich. I think it was Dad Jokes who pointed out that Tristan and I are bad about reading the prompt at the end of it. Very nice puzzle. I quite enjoyed that. I am going to take a quick break and to be back shortly with some 6x6s, maybe 1 or 2 6x6s before the end of stream. Could be Penpa. I think this black dot looks too good for this puzzle to have come from Penpa. Penpa black dots look a little off. Anyway, I'll be back in just a moment, so see you all shortly. All right, welcome back. We have a 6x6 ballast by Twar. Although they have parentheses Uzi or Sky as names in their screen name. So Twar, Uzi, or Sky, I believe. So let us have a look at the rules. I see people who tested this liked it, but I have not done it yet. So we have normal 6x6 rules. Some cells are surrounded by dotted lines called cages. The lowest number in a cage shows exactly how many cages that the cage orthogonally touches also contain that number. Oh, wow. Digits can repeat in cages, of course. Otherwise, we'd have a big problem with this 7-cell cage. There are filled circles in the grid with connected thick lines called thermometers. The circle represents the bulb of the thermometer. I wonder if this is I bet this was originally an adventure and it was too hard. That is my guess. But based on the wording of the rules, that is my guess as to what happened. Let's see. So digits have to get bigger as you move away from the circle. Okay, so some cells. So exactly how many cages that cage orthogonally touches also contain that number. So for example, this only touches 2 cages. So the smallest number in this is either a 1 or a 2. And if it was to be 2, I would need to put a 2 there and a 2 there in order to make that work. This cage contains every number. And so any cage that touches it sees at least one other cage that has that digit. So the smallest digit in this cage is 1. Okay, so that's a good place to start. The smallest digit in this cage is 1 because it contains every digit in the row. And therefore, only one cage that it touches also contains a 1. Let's see. Are there any of them that definitely contain a 1? Well, I guess the point is one of these cells is a 1. So there's already a 1 in one of these. So there can't also be a 1 here, is the point. The digit here is not, the smallest digit here is not 1. So these are from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So also, that's not a 1, spoiler. What I was going to say then is, therefore, this has to be a 1, so I don't put a second 1. But I think I could do something like make those double 1. And so this would still be correct if this is the only cage with a 1 over here. Yeah, row 2, column 4 is definitely not a 1. Yeah, in fact, there's no 1 in this cage, I guess. Because if there was a 1 in this cage, that would be 2 cages that this touched that contained a 1. So this is at least 2, minimum. So at minimum, this would go 2, 3, 4, 3. At maximum, 6, 5, 4. Just get my good living in for the day. I really feel like that has to be a 1, but the fact that one of these cages can have 2 1s, somewhat annoyingly, what's that? Row 2, column 4. Oh, this can't actually be a 4, because if that were a 4, these would all be from 4, 5, 6. Let's see. Okay, so J40 says if this is a 1, where is 1 in box 4? I mean, there, right? I think that's just there. That's the thing that keeps screwing me up. The deduction I want to make it keeps getting thwarted by the fact that those could both be 1. I mean, that's certainly not 1 for what it's worth. One of these is a 1. Well, spoiler, this isn't a 1. Because if this was a 1, it definitely doesn't touch a cage with a 1. But I think this could get away with being a 1. And then there could be a 1 here. By the way, I need to turn on row column labels or they're going to be off forever. Right. The low digit in here is a 2 or a 3 or a 1. Sorry, not even a 3. It's a 1 or a 2. This digit contains, or sorry, this cage contains a 1 or a 2 because it doesn't share anything with that. Oh, it can't even be 2 because it can't, if the digit were 2, this cage now doesn't have a 2 because of that. So actually, this cage can only share a 1, right? Because, so what we're saying here is this cage that I will make yellow. Yellow nominally touches 3 cages. And so the digit is a maximum of 3. However, it definitely doesn't share any digits with that. So it's a maximum of 2. But if it's 2, that means there's a 2 in it, which means this cage doesn't have a 2 in it, and it's wrong. So the digit is a 1, and the 1 has to go there, putting a 1 in one of those cells for what it is worth, which puts the 1 in this row over here for what that is worth. Right. And now there can't be a 1 in any of these cells because this already touches its 1. So that means there's a 1 over here, which means there is a 1 here. However, now there's a 1 there. ELSF, because if this was a 1, then I couldn't put a 1 in this cage, and I needed to. So that's a 1, right? So now that is a 1. Okay, so we did not get our nightmare scenario of duplicating 1 in this cage. Okay, this touches a whole bunch of cages. Right. Okay, so this doesn't have a 1 in it, and so Carl points out the only number it can therefore have in it is a 2. So there's definitely a 2 in one of these cells. And that means that each of these cages has to have a 2 in it. So that's going to give me actually a 2 and a 1. Give me a 1 over here. And give me a 2 here, actually. We're just going to make that 3. I actually used a bunch of examples of adventure, or a bunch of adventure puzzles as examples in my Sudoku course. So I've done a bunch of Twar puzzles recently, and they all tend to be very clever like this. At least the ones I have done very often involve a somewhat complicated rule set that you have to sort of wrap your brain around and then go, oh, yeah, that, and that, and that. So this row, I'm noticing 4, 5, and 6 are left, and of course that can't be a 6. So, because it's a bulb, so that's a 5 or a 6. Okay, this is touching 3 cages that contain 3s. Well, one of them is that one. One of them is this one. That's 2. Do I know what the third is off the top of my head? I don't. I guess I know exactly one of these 2 contains a 3. Right? So if I'm counting the 3 cages that have a 3, one of them is this just by sudoku. One of them is whichever of these has the 3 for the row, just by sudoku, and one of them is this. So that is 3. So that can't be a 3. So I guess my really complicated point is that there's a 3 down here, which puts a 3 here. It means that is not a 3. 2 in box 2 is in one of these places. Oh, but this already orthogonally touches 2 cages with a 2, right? So I can't put the 2 there, is Carl's point. Sorry, I thought this was going to be about the thermo and the fact that there's a 1 in the box already, but it was not about that. But yeah, that 2 now gets sort of pushed over to there, which places a 2 here, actually. Okay, so this does touch its 2 cages with 2s, because there's definitely a 2, in fact, exactly there. Is that all my 2s? That looks like all my 2s. So this seems to be a 4, 5, or a 6. So just for the column, this is the 3. So this is a 4, 5, or 6. Sorry, 4, 5. This is a 5 or a 6. That gives me several triples, including that one. And this is a 4 or a 5. This is a 5 or a 6, but now that's actually the 6 for the row. That is placed a 3 down here. Threes are done. They would be if I filled in that cell. To make that all work out. Let's see. This is certainly a 4, 5, or 6. I mean, everything left is a 4, 5, or 6. So I suppose it's not incredibly helpful. This digit goes on in one of these 2 cells is the point. This digit needs to go in one of these 2. And this can't be a 4. That's the thing. I had this pencil marked as being able to be 4. I never updated my pencil marks before. That's the real problem. That would have made this very clear. Because that's a 5, 6 pair, which makes that a 4, which makes that a 5, which makes that a 4. So a 5 and a 4 makes that a 6. Okay, and so now that makes that a 6, which makes that a 4. Makes this a 5 or a 6, which makes that a 5, and a 6 and a 5. This is a 5 or a 6 by the column, but by the box it's a 6. So we do that. And last but not least, we have a 4 here. We have included the custom message, "You solved the puzzle. The solution is correct." Excellent. I will try and remember to read these in the future. That was very cool. I enjoyed that sort of like picking apart of this this rule set. And probably a 6x6 is the right size for this rule set. Anyway, that's all for now. But thanks everyone for watching. I greatly appreciate it. I'm very glad to be back, by the way. I missed you all, having gone 2 weeks without streaming, which is like the longest I've gone without streaming since I started. So thank you all for coming and hanging out today. And I'll see you all very soon. There will be we'll go back to me streaming 2 days a week. We'll know what the 2 days are and that kind of thing in the not infinitely distant future. But glad to be back. And glad people noticed I was gone, even though I was only gone for 2 weeks, which is, all things considered, I suppose not that long. But I will be back to my regular everything. So thank you all for hanging out. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream. It is greatly appreciated. If you want to support the stream, you can do that by clicking the join button down below. It's greatly appreciated to those of you who do that. And last but not least, thank you to all our turbines, David, Nordy, Franco, Daniel, Danita, Nell, and Plonk Time. Thank you very much. Great to be back. Love you all. See you all around again real soon. Thanks for watching, but bye for now.